Hello, everyone. I'm Dren Hatamata, and this is the S&G podcast where we go on. Oh, that audio is going way too high. Sorry, I'm still set up for when I didn't have this. When I had this just sitting on my table and I had to get really close to it, but now I have this nice suspended mic arm. This is this is S&G, a various tangent show where we talk about various topics for shits and giggles. With me to It's alright. With me today, I've got Fantactic. Fantactic, would you like to introduce yourself and explain about your channel? Awesome. Uh, so I find it really awesome. You and a bunch of other creators are able to go ahead and just draw your own characters and everything, and especially in an atmosphere where you're reviewing content that's not often looked at. I find that really awesome because I remember when I first found you, I binged watched all your videos. That's awesome. As far as like stylistically or like formula. This is hmm, right. 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 Well, I mean that just comes from your experience being similar in some aspects. Like, right. It's 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 all right. It's like you know, what's a good any most Final Fantasy games are pretty linear. That'd be a good example, I suppose. A lot of people are probably going to have a lot of the same thoughts on it, so it's not like you can just patent that and say, that's my content, you copied me. No, it's not quite like that. Uh, right. I, I, I always thought it was good because, I mean, you're looking at a lot of these things on here that work, you're looking at how they're structured or whatever, and you're just generally when you're starting out you're just looking for some kind of frame of reference to kind of make a good foundation for what you're trying to make. Yeah. Uh huh. That's always the thing that gets you is like, like if you're like, I've seen tons of gaming channels where videos are like, no views, no views, 1 view, 3 views, 5 views, no views, 15 views, and then when you're looking at that, and then you're like, well, I guess I probably shouldn't expect much starting out, and then you get going for a while. Most of your videos are getting some views at least. There's nothing that has no views at this point, and then you post another video that's a little different, and then all of a sudden it's like over 50, and you're like, holy crap. Yeah, I'm looking at it's at 185 views. Oh, how wow. It's ever so convenient. and now it will and now it always That's awesome. I haven't had much luck as far as like convenient posting dates. I try to do it myself, like when there's a significant date and it just doesn't happen, and I'm just like, okay, well, I guess whatever. Unless I'm like either make the video and it's too late, and then I'll just release it next year or something, or just late, or I didn't even know. I wish I could have that situation. No, most of the time I just get lazy and then just not make it, and I'm like disappointed at myself for months. Right. I know. I found that I just really love editing. I mean, it's often arduous to go through in certain spots of it, but I love I love the feeling of after all my hard work has finally gone up, and I'm like, I did this. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, okay, so he did have a video where he actually went into basically a life and times of a Matt Pat, where he just explained basically the game theory process. And so he has like a team of like 15 or 20 people, and like four or five of them are editors that do various things, and they all contribute to different parts of the videos. And these are people that have to try and get at least 3 videos every week. And I'm just thinking, it's like, as much effort as they put into, I think I'd die. Uh-huh. Right. um so I know Jorgogo, he one of the things he does is he cuts all his videos up as even the gameplay videos. I don't, which means when it comes to my gameplay videos, there's not too much to edit unless a ton of stuff is happening that would need editing. Like I know when I got sick early in the year, uh, I had a lot of coughing that I had to cut out, and I think I just in my head the headcanon was it was the COVID saga or whatever, and then I got over it and I was like, okay, well I still have to edit these. That was probably really annoying right there, but I overall I normally don't do much editing as far as gaming. It's when it gets to like any discussion videos or something like that that I do like 16 hours or something. Right. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Oh yeah, and one of the things that I found is when you're conscious that you're recording, you can't get away from that consciousness. You just have to get used to it. And one of the reasons why I everything I do as far as gameplay videos is all raw. Like the only cutting is just because I stopped recording and then I started recording back at that point, and that's the separate recording of that video. And then of course my audio is separate, whatever. But I want the raw video, which means I can't just sit there in silence. I have to talk and fill in that dead air, which is at the start was incredibly hard because I wasn't used to talking that much. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I remember the first gaming video that I put up was the beginning of Chrono Trigger. And where is it? I'm looking for the playlist. And I was very aware I was recording, and I'm very aware that I can't just not talk. And let me bring up that playlist. Yeah, the first video is just the subtitle is "So Much to Learn," and it's and at that time I was making 10-minute videos, or between 10 and 15 minutes, because I wanted to be like break worthy, but there wasn't much I could edit. I didn't have anything to really edit with. I think I started with Windows Movie Maker. And it's the basic, so it's not like I have any other tools. But I can put audio in it. It was like that simple. Don't you wish everything could be that simple? Oh, was it? Oh, because of course it is. That works. Now it just has to rhyme or something. Uh, I know I've looked at a lot of channels, and I'm surprised how many channel names are the same, and they're okay with that apparently. Like like let's just take the gamer guy. Well, there's like 1,000 gamer guys on YouTube. And you have like gamer guy 69, gamer guy 103, XX gamer guy X1, some crap, and it's like, no, I don't. I need to get something different. Like I, go ahead. It's like that's and I feel like that's part of the point of trying to get anywhere on YouTube is you got to stand out somehow, and if you one that starts is the name and how charming that name might be. Um, yeah. I found that a lot of people um end up having a good name. So like Dren Hatamata, that's a name I came up with like over a decade ago, like maybe 15 years ago or something, give or take. And when I made it up, at the time, it was when 4Kids had Mew Mew power, also known as Tokyo Mew Mew, and the antagonist was named Dren. And after a while, I was like, that's a cool name. And I always had this image of like what you see on my character on my channel with the green hair and everything, and a black sword or whatever. And Hatamata was just something that came later because I wanted something that would roll off the tongue really good. And after like a year or two of thinking about it, the name Dren Hatamata came to be. And so far, I've gotten real lucky that no one else has that name at all. They may have stolen it now on like a friend told me, yeah, there's a Dren on what was it, Black Desert Online? There's a Dren Hanuman on Black Desert Online. I don't play that game. What are you talking about? So yeah, that had me confused. Yeah, it's like, well, I guess now I won't be the first. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, I think I'm one of the few fortunate ones that no one else has this name because I tried looking it up just to make sure, and it's like no results anywhere at the time. Uh, Social Blade's actually a pretty good thing to look people up on social media. Uh, I've done that a few times, trying to find specific people. Because if their name is close, they'll bring up like the pretty good matches. And as far as I know, I'm the only one on uh, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. I haven't looked in a while though, but I didn't find this out till like last year that my name spelled backwards is nerd. Had no clue. Mm-hmm. Okay, so convenient that you mentioned something like that because in my head, like a dark version of myself, everything is like black and white, but inverted. So like if you took my character now and made everything black and white, where my hair would be dark, my shirt's still black or whatever, they'd invert that. So like, the skin's dark and now the shirt's like this weird white shade type thing or whatever. That's how I imagined like Dark Dren. But I didn't think of like making him nerd. I think I'd like to make that a different rival type character, maybe. Nerd. Or Shadow from Shadow the Hedgehog. They made him extra edgy in that. Where's that damn fourth Chaos Emerald? Yeah, because they know it was also the only time I think they were able to use it. Wait, in Shadow? I'm trying to think because I want to say I remember that because I can hear Sonic going, damn, very distinctly. Just you can just let it play next to the mic. I hope so. Really? I thought I could. I want to say I distinctly remember. I'll just play the audio. I've got desktop audio on the stream, so. What was? Just put it up on YouTube. I could have sworn there was a game where like Sonic gets hit, like you're playing as Sonic and Sonic gets hit, lose all his rings, whatever, and he's down. You have to start again at whatever point. And it's like, damn. Maybe it might have been. This is the stream now. this, sorry, folks. This is your stream now. So let's start that again. Maybe this is another Mandela effect thing. We lived in the universe where Sonic said like this, and like do you remember it the same way too? Like it was like, damn, as he dies or something. Like in game, of course. Like gets. Yeah, like I feel like I distinctly remember that. I'm pretty sure it wasn't Sonic Heroes. No, there was the part where once that's a game I would have thought. It's rated T. Um I know there was a part in Sonic Heroes where um when Knuckles has Sonic and Tails as boxing gloves and he's doing his moves and he's going shit, but it very distinctly says like shit. Yeah. And like for whatever reason that's like never really talked about, and I yeah, did he just say shit? It's like, yeah, pretty much. But they'll never admit to it. Because of course. Yes. Yeah. Right. Yeah, I remember that. That's like, that's not how you do that though. And like, my only thought was like, did they have like a month to make what was left of the game at that time? Because no, I would say that probably the GameCube version might be the best one to play with the fewest bugs, but not that I know of. I don't think so. Because because PS2 and the original Xbox. Yeah, probably. I've been told that PS2 played really well. The Xbox version was garbage. I had a really good experience with the GameCube. Um, I thought, at least as far as I had experienced, I thought the GameCube had the least broken mechanics out of all the Sonic Heroes. But yeah, it's I find it weird that their designs, and I don't know. I want to think it's because they get limited on space really quick because they make these levels to look super expansive. So there's a whole bunch of space in the level, and the photo that's on the background is really really big. I think, at least based on the way I'm looking at it. Yeah, the skybox. It seems like it's like a gigantic room, and whenever they're making the levels, they're like, oh crap, we have the, even though the level's actually relatively small in comparison to the speed we need, um we need to downgrade what these characters look like because we need space for this box. Why don't you just make the box smaller? No, no, you get out, John. No, I wouldn't think so, but it seems like the space is so massive, not to mention anything with water effects in there. Oh. Right, when you're only going a certain direction. Yes, that way if the camera pans around, it comes back. Yeah. Um. Right. Uh. I'm trying to think of some interesting stuff. A lot of I think a lot of the early first-person shooters, um, even though it acted like it was a full character, there wasn't a full character actually made. You had your hitbox, and like outside of it on some of them, I think maybe some of the crappier ones, you had the arms there, whatever you actually had to see, maybe some legs depending on how far down you can look, and then nothing else. Like your torso was just gone. You didn't have a torso. Oh, right. No, they weren't. No, the layers were I was gonna say that. So okay, do you know the you've have you played Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past? Okay, so A Link to the Past had this interesting thing that seemed pretty different when you start really looking back at other games. Like in certain places, or any game where you can go upstairs and downstairs and things affect you differently, that to me, looking back, is incredible that that can happen. And that part is basically how Doom was, as far as like any ascension or descension. Whereas they on a flat plane, in order to look at anything, if I remember right, they did like basically a projection angle where if you're looking in a certain direction, then that gets rendered. Uh, it. Mm-hmm. There is no 3D model in it, but it. Right, right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because even if there is that ascension and descension aspect to it, they I don't think at the time they were able to program the actual enemies and your character to be different. And I'm wondering if that's why you were able to shoot every that, and also not being able to look up and down is kind of a crutch. So that would have sucked. It's like, oh, you can't hit this enemy. Why? He's shooting me. It's like, well, you gotta go up. What? I can't look up. You have to walk up. I don't know where to go. I don't have time. I'm dying. Oh, I yeah, yeah. I tweeted this like 2 or 3 days ago, where I think people are incredibly underwhelmed about the internet, and I feel like the same thing can be applied to older video games. Yeah. And you want uh I can remember saying I can deal with that camera. Uh just because I was that determined to play the game, and also I'm casual, so I didn't really care as much. But I totally get it. The camera is garbage. You have the it's crap. It moves on its own when you're moving. When you try and turn it, it might as well not. And uh, I, right. Yeah, the camera's not right. Um, right. It's looking at you as yeah. It's like the compass turns with the camera. Is um I think that's kind of similar. Like so Devil May Cry had a similar thing where uh you could keep going a direction if you're holding it, and then if you stopped, you wouldn't. If the camera changed, then that's a whole different direction. So like the compass, uh, as far as in regard to your control stick, is now different. And I think that's the kind of thing it is. You know, once the perspective change, the compass for that goes with it. I think, and in regards to cameras, I mean that can be a nightmare, especially if it ends up changing everything, which is probably a gripe that I would have with and I'm gonna get crucified for this. Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. It's the camera is at best all right, but but when you have a 3D environment and every time you change that camera, it changes that compass for your layout, you know, because forward is in respect to that camera, not in respect to you. For talking about for 3DS. Okay, I was gonna say I have my main playthrough was on GameCube when they made the Legend of Zelda Collector's Edition, which I would recommend way more than the N64 version, even though you know one has a little bit more nostalgic video value. And I want to think the 3DS version. I'm not sure if the camera's any better, but I know it's okay. So then it's a lot more. It's a lot better polished. I haven't played it in a while. Well, you might have the same thing where, like, in Mario, it doesn't bother me as much, and maybe in this one, it's yeah, yeah. It's like, yeah, because that, and you know what, I feel like at least in Majora's Mask, they made it optional, but in this, you have to go through all those rooms. Um, be the water temple. Okay, so here's one of the things that I love, but also pisses me off about water temples. When you introduce the aspect of water, depending on how you play, it can be really annoying. I think one of the problems is, with the camera, if an enemy jumps on top of you while you're going up one of the water spout things, yeah, that sucks. That's unfair. But water levels are almost always incredibly gorgeous and incredibly thematic. Oh, what? Wait, okay, so it was a separate menu item then? Wow. I didn't know that. Because like I said, I played the GameCube version, so it had all that. It's an item. Yeah, yeah, it's an item you can set to your C stick. I didn't know that. That is news. Yes. Yeah, has I know. It's like one of the things that you imagine like this seems like a battle that's supposed to be taking place in someone's dream. Well, well, I mean, the first appearance of Dark Link was in Zelda 2 Link's Adventure for NES. However, this was the yeah, yeah, but this was the most developed and where it really took off as Dark Link being a character because a lot of people really didn't like Zelda 2. So yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I think the Angry Video Game Nerd had a really good take about it where like it's a good game, it's just fucking hard. That's it. That's what people hate about it. It's and when you're doing a level based system in a very active game, that also changed the aspect, and it was something they were experimenting with, and this is just another thing that was new to the medium. Yeah, yeah. I no. So, oh, talking about Bongo Bongo. Yeah, yeah, yes. Yeah, in the graveyard in Kokoriko Village. It's like, nope, nope, I'm done. I'm going home. They are. And no, could you imagine a zombie apocalypse version of a type game, even if it's an FPS? But instead of all the other zombies, it's just redeads. Like, yes, yes. Yeah, every has been a witch, and also, not only are they a witch, but whether or not they call zombies is irrelevant because they stop you in your tracks while they're screaming and slowly move towards you. Yes, yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, late. Late. Oh, and a lot of people. Yeah. Yeah. I remember in the. If you can get your hands on it, if you have like a Wii or a GameCube, get try and see if you can get the Zelda Collector's Edition, preferably in decent condition, and it everything is almost exactly the same, except it's a little bit basically like I said, I I didn't know that the iron boots weren't a regular item; they were a equipable uh clothing. That changes things a lot. I mean, I can't argue too much because I had a guide, so what, Majora's Mask? No, that was N64. Yeah. No, no, you always start off on the basic item menu. Yeah, that whole. Now, when I was young, there was just so much I didn't notice, and you're probably familiar with Egoraptor sequelitis on Legend of Zelda. Um, there was so much that he was saying was bad with it, and one, I couldn't disagree. Like, it was there. And two, I didn't realize it, so it didn't bother me at the time. But now that I can play it back, it bothers the crap out of me. Like, there's so much goddamn waiting. It's true. Yeah. 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 Yeah, 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 yeah. Huh. Right. Uh, no, and I think E-Raptor brought up a great point with the Dark Knight, where you antagonize him to attack. You trigger what's going on. Um, Now in Twilight Princess, there's a lot of that. You dictate the pace of the battle. And if I was going to recommend really good fights, I would definitely recommend Twilight Princess. There's a lot of amazing stuff in there. Uh, and I don't know about Wind Waker as far as that goes. There's a lot of cool stuff in Wind Waker, but fights, yeah, well, they t- right, but they did take a lot from Ocarina. There, yeah, and there was a lot of that. And I remember they recycled a lot of enemy types, like Bongo Bongo. Yeah, there's another enemy with hands and a face that you have to shoot at, and it's like, okay, I've done this. How many eyeballs does Nintendo want me to shoot? Does Nintendo hate eyeballs? Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Now imagine being able to go back and take that and make it like and put it in Ocarina of Time, put it in the other Zelda games that it can apply to. Right. Yeah. That and that might be what happens actually in Breath of the Wild 2. That's coming out, I believe, in 2022. Uh, well, it's okay. So Breath of the Wild, well, I can see it being problematic because for one, the map is massive. Like it's incredible. Like, and I like it. I love the expanse because I like the exploration. And the original creator of Zelda, that's what he wanted. And oh, I didn't know that. um, Probably something that did impress me about Breath of the Wild is there's nothing inherently linear, and that's one of the things that got me. Yes, I played some of it. Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the original, I was gonna say the original Link to the Past. There were ways to bypass certain levels to do other levels first if you were clever enough. Like you get certain items and you're like, okay, the mirror puts me here. That means I can get over there and then go to that portal, and now I'm in that area. Because I did that once where it was like I'm at like the third dungeon in the Dark World, and I managed to skip to the fifth or sixth one like that. Now, Link to the Past is a very different game from Link Between Worlds, where Link Between Worlds is a direct sequel. Uh, hmm, right. uh, one of the things that I did, I found the challenge of getting to a certain spot interesting. So for a while, what I did when I didn't know what to do is I would get on the map and set a marker for something that I hadn't been to. And one of the interesting things that I would find is like it was mostly like on my way to it where I'd find all kinds of stuff, and that's what made it rewarding for me. Where I'll find particular characters, I'll find I'll find a shrine every once in a while, but then I'll like find this interesting, really pretty area. I found this in like a snowy mountain. There was just like this enclave that I could get into. And I was like, I had no idea this existed. Because for me, I really enjoyed the environment, and that's what really caught me was so they did a lot of the cell shading, which took down from a lot of the detail that would have otherwise been necessary, and I'm really glad they did that because Zelda just yeah, and for some reason, a lot of people complain about the graphics on the Switch, and I'm like, dude, do you have any idea what it can do as compared to what it should be capable of? Like, yeah, on open world. Yeah. No. Everyone, so far, everyone's been saying that the Switch is just going to get a virtual console for the Switch and get all the games for free. And if that happens, Nintendo's going to sue. Right? It's console based, like a console based laptop. Well, Yeah, well, one of the things that worries me is, so we already know the Switch is a very underpowered system for what it can do. And a lot of people who use Steam tend to be on PC primary. In fact, that's the only way you can do Steam, right? On PC. I don't think there's anything else that can aside from like the Steam app, but that's just for buying other stuff. but but my point being that PCs are able to be made for incredible, amazing things that consoles just can't generally do. And you're trying to fit that functionality into a handheld console around the size of the Switch. I don't see too many people. I think a lot of people are going to get it thinking it'll do exactly like it does on PC and find out it doesn't. Especially when you have all those PC FPS games and now you have a joystick. Right. Right. Yeah, yeah. But yeah. Absolutely. No. Right. Oh yeah, Joy-Con drift only 100,000 times. Thanks. It's like that's just like that SpongeBob meme with the when they had the clam or whatever, taking care of the clam, and it's all the diapers or whatever. And it's like these Joy Cons, these. I think so. Yeah, 80-90 bucks. Right. Because now, right. And that really sucks because for one thing, it's already bad enough that controllers are 80 bucks. It's not like it's a super modded specialty performance controller. Uh no, this is just the regular controllers for it. Yeah, that was definitely one of the advertising they had for it, and you know, mhm. Oh yeah, generally. I mean, like even with the original Game Boy Color, they still had like the link cables. Mm-hmm. oh hell! Oh, I don't know if you know about this. Are you familiar with Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles? Okay, so the original was on GameCube, and they made it. You didn't have to have it for it to work, but if you wanted multiplayer, you had to get link cables. Yeah. Now you could still have one and play as one player and still have extra features. But it was really interesting when we were finally able to get enough cables and Game Boy SPs or whatever and actually play the game like that. And Now, of course, it changes the dynamic where single player you have a Moogle that carries your chalice, whereas in multiplayer you don't. Yes, yeah, someone must carry the burden. Instead of the one ring, it is the one chalice. So, and now that game, I loved the game. Now, I was terrible at it, and I got caught at a point where I couldn't go back anywhere. It was one of those things where, like, maybe it was because I'm a terrible gamer, but I had nowhere near enough power to beat the enemies in the area, but I couldn't move through the miasma because it was blocked. Like, I didn't have enough power in the whatever I had. So I was stuck in one area, could not move anywhere, and I had to restart. uh, the oh, thanks. Right. Is that intentional? Okay. I was about to say, because I'm pretty sure the Crystal Chronicles one was not intentional. Like, yeah, yeah. When it comes to people designing games and then getting with the people who are supposed to test it, like, these aren't just casual people. There are some of them, but there's also people that are trying to figure out how to break the game. Right? Yeah. Right. 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 Yeah. That's all. See, that's always good. Like, bugs are not necessarily bad. Bugs and glitches and stuff. I mean, that's some of the most. Yeah, that's some of the most fun I've had. Now, when you talk about a game like Sonic 06, I mean, my God, yeah, that's one of the ones you make compilations for and laugh at later. But during it, you're absolutely frustrated, and you're like, want to throw the controller through a brick wall. I remember, so I borrowed that from Jorgogo initially, I think, or at least I played it at his house, and it was really interesting because when I started playing, I was like, "What's going on?" And then I'm on the tutorial. I'm still no, not before then, not in mass. But here's one of the things. It was for me. It was one of those things where okay, this was one of those situations where what I had heard, I was like, it can't be that bad. Well, I was wrong. My God. Right off the bat, where you have to do the rings, just slipping and sliding, or I think, was it with Tails? I forget. You're going through rings, and you're just going everywhere. It's like, it didn't have to be this. I mean, it didn't have to be like this. You could have, like, put one more week of effort to make this not slide around. and make the water actually splash. Maybe at least if you're gonna kill me, at least make it look pretty. Yeah. Why? And what, they didn't have enough time to fix it if the playtesters mentioned it? Or, well, it's because that yeah, that sounds like something you would do as a joke for fun, but all the items might be like basic. But this is yeah. Oh, so, and I mentioned this before on when I did a review with someone on Shadow the Hedgehog. Out of most of the 3D games, especially during that time, Shadow the Hedgehog to me had some of the least broken mechanics. Like, I can't believe they made Shadow the Hedgehog and it works better than most of the 3D games. Like, I can't believe that. Not even a Sonic game. Shadow game. Uh-huh. I have not played it. Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay. It's like, ooh. Oh, just like fall into oblivion? Or actually, oh, you know what? I just had a recent glitch, and it's actually on one of my streams when I was playing Myst, where okay, this is real Myst, or how it's labeled, real and then Myst, and I think that's just because it has better graphics than the original. Well, I got it on Steam, and I'm playing it, and I finally get all the puzzles, and I can access this one area that I'm at now. But the first time I go to it, I get there's a boat. You walk onto the boat, you go up to a door that's supposed to go down underneath. You open the door, there's supposed to be a room there. There was no room. It was just water. And I'm like, am I supposed to just walk in and I just go in? Because the way you go to another world is you open a book and click the thing. That wasn't there. So I decide, okay, I'll go forward. I go forward and I fall all the way down to the bottom. And I look up, or well, what I can as far as up. And there's also like a click thing where I can look up there. And there's the boat above me, and I'm in the water. I'm looking around, and okay, I guess I'll try and click forward. You move in segments, on the classic playstyle. You click, you go to however the next spot is. Okay, that's what I was doing, and I was still underneath everything. So I just, okay, I'll keep clicking. Somehow, and then if I go through it, I'm like supposed to be up on land. I'm in rock. I can't see anything. It's just like it's like my character is now covered in the skin or something, and then I just fall down, and there's no floor anymore, and I'm just falling, and I can see the map getting smaller and smaller up above me, and I'm just like, well, I'm in oblivion now. This is my life, and then finally, I thought it was gonna go on forever because there's not anything that kills you in the game, and then it restarted, and I was like, oh, thank goodness. Uh huh. I know that feeling. Oh boy. Go ahead. Jesus. What were they actually physically on the ground and their actual images were up there? Oh, oh, oh. I got one for you for Skyrim. Since we all know there's dragons that can shoot ice and dragons that can shoot fire, and supposedly both or whatever. I don't know. Well, sometimes they can use both of those about the same time, but they can use them in opposite ends. Like they turn around or whatever. Other way. Well, how about this when apparently they use it at the same time? My friend was playing Skyrim and he looks up and there's a dragon blowing ice out his mouth and fire out his butt. And I'm just like, I so badly wish I could be there for that. I'm like, you should have somehow recorded this. I needed to see that. It's like thanks, Skyrim. Oh, talking, yeah, yeah, talking about like things broken in video games. I fell into a death trap in Fallout New Vegas, where when you transition into a new area, but you get hit just before it, and it's a killing blow, you go into that area trying to die. And because it saves at whatever that you pass through when you're going through a door, even if I gave myself enough time to actually leave it, go back out, or even heal, it still registered me as being dead because my life points had previously hit at save 0. And so I couldn't help but, yeah. Yeah, so I had to restart that. And I was pissed off because I was at like level 15 or 18 or something. I was like, oh, I made so much progress. This freaking bot fly or whatever kills me. Oh, the HD remake for Switch or Wii U? Wii U. Yeah, yeah. Oh, you're talking about when you're the bit one of the big dungeons. The there's the one that's on the rock. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know what you're talking about. Love that dungeon. Oh no. Oh no. If Now correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the when that happens, that's one thing registering a value and the other thing not registering that same value where it should be, right? Like uh-huh. And it switches the right. I mean, so yeah, I mean, I've played through that level like probably 3 or 4 times. Uh it's like this one specific situation and it had to be me. Oh, what? Right. So, talking about games that we've completed, if I add up all the games that I've completed, and I have a list right in front of me of 582 games, some of which I haven't even touched. A lot of them are like emulator, but that only accounts for like maybe 150. I apparently have over 400 physical games that I didn't realize I had somehow. But if I uh, do all the completed, I have a list of. Oh, actually, I have a pretty decent list. Damn. Does it tell me how many I have selected? Tell me how many I have selected, you coward. I'm opened up in database. Da, da, da. 90. Okay. I haven't beaten 90, have I? Yeah. Mm hmm. Damn. It seems like. So, I'm the same way with Breath of the Wild in some of that, where I've logged a bunch of hours, but I don't care about finishing the game at all. But yes, yes, I've got it. I've barely played Terraria much. For some reason my game lags on my end because I have a shitty graphics card that I need to replace. I did. Yeah, yeah. I'm on some of the games I play. I'm at bottom everything. So I okay. Right. Uh huh. Oh. Oh. Uh huh. Which should have been like a minute. Wow. Uh huh. Uh huh. Oh man. Yeah. Yeah. It. I can't think of too many fights that I've probably hated that are just ridiculous. Um. I mean, most of the fights that I don't like are just not because they're functionally tough or anything, or like however, like mechanically or functionally or whatever. It's normally just because it's boring or just like or underwhelming. That's normally the ones I have. Most of the time, I'm pretty impressed with a decent boss fight. Like Zelda, I think does great with boss fights overall. Uh, like repeat like 3 times, maybe 4 if you didn't get the extra hit in. Yeah, like okay, so I believe it's alluded that Link is about 10 years old, and then when he does the forward in time, he's 17. And that doesn't change anything, though, but. Um. Yeah, he's just a little kid, and fucking great Deku trees. He is just kid. And, I mean, they kind of make the excuse. It's like, oh, yeah, we need to make you go forward in time when you're actually an adult and able to heal, handle this stuff. What do you mean handle this stuff? As far as the game is, at least before Majora's Mask comes out, You're in stasis. You don't learn anything different, as far as we knew. You use the shield just fine. So, do you like Death Mountain? No? Which one? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're basically blocking the same way as a Decker Scrub. I remember having it, and it's like, and we didn't. I remember the first time we saw it, we didn't realize that the shield was gonna be oversized for us. And like first time, I was like, oh, that's a big shield, and we're like, can we even use that? And then we just hit the shield button and whoosh. Sure, I guess so. Okay. It's like, as long if you sit up slightly, it blocks anything from behind you. Don't stay like that too long, or you're vulnerable from the front or underneath. But up top's never gonna hurt you. And yeah, basically. And the only thing that sucks is you can't reflect anything. Uh huh. Yes. Yeah. Uh huh. Not to mention, plus the addition of the iron boots. Not to mention a giant stone top. uh, yeah, it's like, well, you see, Link was born with the power of the pocket dimension. That's what actually makes him special. Hero time? No, hero of the pocket dimension. Uh huh. Yeah, just it did. Uh huh. It's like, he just holds it up, and like, of course, he holds most of the items up, kind of like this. If there's any that's to his face or whatever, we're like, what the fuck is? What is this? What is this thing? Is this a potato? What could it possibly be? I mean, I mean, I'm trying to think of a good example of an item that's like obvious, but it still explains everything about sticks and sticks and Deku nuts. Like, you're just so amazed at that. It's a stick. Ooh. It said Secrets of Grindia? Okay. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. It's like it's just, I guess it's like it's just assumed that as a young fairy boy, Link just automatically knows how to play. Actually, you know what? Okay, so you could grant that because of being in the being in that Kokiri village, that's what it's called. Being in the Kokiri village, you could argue that he was likely learned because of being with them. But here's one that doesn't make sense. A Link to the Past, you get an ocarina for like one specific purpose, and there is nothing to allude that you've ever touched one. Like, yeah, it's like can't really, you know. Dude, I have 3 ocarinas, by the way. You want one? I've got 3 of them because people are like, "Oh, he likes Zelda. He'll want this Legend of Zelda the ocarina, playable instrument." Oh. Well, you think that's funny? It's like, "Oh, I got 3 of them." They're all the same color. Like they're all the blue ocarina. They have green, they have red and stuff. No, I got no one got me the green one. It's like I originally got the blue one myself, and then 2 other people gave me ocarinas. And I was like, I was gonna get like a green one, and then only one of them, 2 of them came with the actual strings you're supposed to be able to tie. Only one of them came with an actual stand. I'm like, what the hell is this shit? Okay, this is inconsistent. Uh huh. Ooh, like an actual battle ready sword. Yeah. I'm the hero of time, the hero of nighttime. You're gonna die. Not only does it shout obscenities, it also shoots you and stabs you. Oh god. That's been made. It's just I want it marketed. I, I want to be able to put like a plug in or something on it. What are you talking? The Roomba comes into the room. Hit. And just like Dark Link, it never gets talked about again. Just everyone just goes their separate ways. Oh god. Things we wish we had ourselves. They should put that in the game as a pet. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Functionally, it's like floating. Well, I mean, okay. If you're a giant fish man, you should be able to move faster. Like, oh yeah, but I think like the example you had with when you get the Zora mask, I thought that was a good example of what made that a problem to be underwater. God. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. It they make right. Right, because you run into the problem where it's I guess going back to like when they're making waiting seem like difficulty. Yeah, it like now you're going slower, and it's not like you're worried about enemies and being strategic with where you go or if you have to climb up on something. It's just slow in a lot of them. Yeah, 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 and there are. Oh yeah, I mean there are a few games where when you transition into water, it's basically the same. The only Yeah. The only thing is if there was a running mechanic, you don't have that. Is the might be the only thing. Mhm. Right. You know, I think another thing that could be a problem is climbing, and it can be, but I would have to say Skyward Sword is my biggest example of it being a problem. I think. Is it Skyward Sword? It might be another one. It's one of the Zeldas and a few other choice games I can't think of off the top of my head. Climbing is so incredibly slow, and there's no good reason for it other than to try and be realistic, and you don't have to do that. It's one of those things. Yeah, it's like I thought the climbing in Ocarina of Time, for example, was pretty good. Um, and then I get to uh Metal Gear Solid 3, Snake Eater. You're Yeah, yeah, and it keeps going and going. It's so long. and then theme song goes plays while you're climbing. And it's a cappella. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That was Metal. Yeah, that was Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. I've got a couple of the games. Um, it's yeah, it was funny. It's like it's going and going, and I'm just holding up. Snake Eater. It's like okay, theme song's playing now, and oh man, and I consider. Go ahead. Yeah, yeah. To be fair, it was I think it was Twilight Princess that started that. Like, because I want to think that's where it was really slow for the sake of seeming realistic, but it did nothing else. The climbing was just slow, nothing else. There was no reason for it. It could have been fast. Uh, I I think maybe with Skyward Sword. I'm not sure if I was remembering it right in my own account. Uh, Skyward Sword. I think I just hated the stamina system. It was okay, but yeah, yeah, it didn't seem unnecessary, and yeah, it kind of paved the way for the stamina system in Breath of the Wild, which I think utilized it way better. But the stamina system in this just seemed like it wasn't implemented very well to do what it was supposed to do. I don't think. Yeah, I just yeah, yeah. I think. Ooh. Mm-hmm. Oh. Oh yeah. Well, hell, you could have implemented. There was a bunch of places they could have put that. Like you remember that big old spiral down to the bottom where you fight. That would have been a great place to put it. Like I think it should have been a lot more distinct there. Uh, um, you have all that distance and you slowly climb up. There are some stamina, but it's not like you're running between them on this. And that was just kind of like, I haven't bothered beating the game. I love Girahim or Garahim, whatever they want to call him. I thought he was incredibly awesome. His 80s style suit and making you feel like a punk right in the beginning of the game was great, but the rest of it's just like there's so much stuff that's unnecessary and could have been done better. Yes. Right. It's like, right. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. That's actually in the hub world. That's one of the problems I had with flying. Flying is so boring. The clouds look awful to me. Like, yes. Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, and they actually introduced a whole bunch of like things here and there. Like there's a few areas you can actually visit, and it's like, but yeah, the mostly in various rocks. You go through the rocks and go whoosh. But at least not enough for anyone to really care. Yeah, it's like I'm not in a race like I was initially for the tutorial, so I'm having a hard time caring at all, especially when there's nothing else like that the rest of the game. And and if they were going to do that, they could have made that hub world, I think, at least a little bit more appealing. Have you seen Barry's editorial on that? Barry Kramer, one of the older editors from Game Grumps when they were like playing like Sonic Boom and stuff. On Grump Out, he put up. I think it was on Grump Out. It may have been his own channel, but he basically said, ways to make Skyward Sword better. And one of the things he mentioned was like, you could have made the clouds white and fluffy. You could have made speed the name of the game for this, and make it satisfying. If you go through a cloud, which you do a lot, get like a nice little whoosh through it, like a trail behind you for like a few feet or something. To make it, because it's a mechanic, but I can't give myself any reason to really care that much for it. And yeah. and you lose incentive. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Right. So it's important that your actions are hitting things as efficiently and effectively and quickly as possible, and also, if it exists, not hitting things that take your points down. Mm-hmm. I feel like a lot of indie games, well, I'd say as a whole, I think have a lot more consideration of that because they're a lot of the games they want to make is to alleviate some of the problems they see in these AAA games. Like eventually I'll do reviews where I'm gonna try and cover things that in different ways that I see that other people haven't covered. If I was gonna make a game, I would try to make sure that it didn't have the things I hated from other games that are like it, when possible, anyway. Right. Right. You got Yeah, it's like, you know, go Sonic. Yeah, just like all the other most of the other 3D games. I'm sorry, yeah, it is low-hanging fruit, but Sonic is a good example of games that often don't work very well that didn't have the time. Like Spark the Med. Yes, I was going to say so Drogogo showed me that and I was like, I when he showed me, and I was just looking at the trailer. I hadn't seen anything else besides that. I have not. And well, I mean, just from the trailer, you can see. Oh my god, this is what Sonic is supposed to be. Oh man. Right. Hmm. Yeah. I well, I mean, so like I said, I when I saw the trailer and I saw how the gameplay was just from that, and I was like, "Oh my god, that's what a Sonic game would look like if it worked." And that's when I realized, like, one of the problems with Sonic is they just need to stretch a lot out to compensate for the speed, so that way you don't have to worry about running into everything. You're right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the fact that it's, the second game where that's the one where they went 3D, right? Okay, so the fact that that exists, I want to think that Sega should know about it, and I would really wish they would take points from that. I mean, my god, Sonic Mania freaking blew most of their games out the window just because, and that was a lot of that was nostalgia, but it was actually made really well. Uh huh. Nostalgia. Okay, so here's one of the problems that I'm learning to take my rose tinted glasses off for is nostalgia, which is really hard to do because we always have fond memories of a lot of the older things, but I haven't played the old Sonic games in length, and it's the one everyone remembers. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, so then it's basically since the beginning that there are always times where the Sonic games would punish you for going fast in a game about going fast. Mm-hmm. Or anything that feels like a troll, where there's just spikes right in front of where you're trying to run, and there's yeah, you have to take leaps of faith and just hope you'd land on a platform. You don't do that in games like this. Okay. I I I can't. It's hard for me to get into the older Sonic games in that style. I I just can't bring myself to care. Most of my gaming life has been spent between the Super Nintendo and the GameCube overall. Um, uh, when I was growing up, I had a Super Nintendo way longer than most people were because I never had an N64 growing up. So I just had that in like maybe 12 or 15 games, if that, to choose from, which it's interesting what you do with a limited amount of games like that. Mhm. Uh-huh. Right. Yeah, I mean, I remember cuz like I said, it was mostly Super Nintendo when I was real young. And I would just get to a point where I didn't know what to do, and I would just stop and try and play something else or go outside. Um I probably didn't reach that nearly as much whenever I have finally got a GameCube and started getting games for that. Because I guess there's more to it where uh, Super Nintendo games were fairly limited as far as what they could do. But I mean, I when I was just strictly all I had was the Super Nintendo. I mean that was where I learned to go back and forth between games. So like if I'm playing Chrono Trigger and I missed a bit of information, I don't know where to go. I've ran around for 2 hours, and I'll just play Street Fighter or something, Street Fighter 2 for a while. Get bored of that because I suck at the game, and then I go back to Chrono Trigger to see if I can figure it out or something, or I go to Zelda, and I'll just siphon between all the games. Um, it's interesting what happens when you have a limited selection. Whereas now I have like if I get all of them together, I think I'll have about like 620 games, including everything that's downloaded. I don't have too many games. I got like maybe 20 on my Steam. A lot of them free. Yeah, actually, I got Sonic Adventure and Sonic Adventure 2. I got both of them for like $3.50. Yeah, Right. Yeah. 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 Okay, so on Unleashed, one of the biggest problems I had that I thought was a huge design flaw and a huge game flaw in general. So it has a lot to do with the way it was advertised initially. When it was advertised, Sonic Unleashed, and then you turn into a werehog, it was like, oh, now Sonic's out of control. Either you're gonna have to like fight him, or you're controlling him as that, and you have to like destroy crap. No, no, you're weird, Mr. Fantastic. I don't think it was Gang Ups. I don't remember hearing that in there. Oh, I'm sure. I know I've talked about it with plenty of people. I'm sure it's come up with other people. But right. uh yeah. Well, it's like that the Werehog segments. The reason why the Werehog segments are like 70% of the game is because you're so slow. It's a huge level. And well, and because of the misleading advertising, because that's even if you had everything about the same as far as mechanically and what that was for, they still could have made it fun if it was like it was advertised, where it's like now you are a monster, you're destroying stuff, and you have to make up for what you've destroyed when you're regular Sonic and find a way to take away that curse. There was no point to that. Right. All right. Uh, Try talking again. All right. I upped the volume on my desktop audio. Like now it's matching because I don't know. Maybe it was because I was yelling, or maybe he has to turn his volume up. I don't know. But yo, what's up, guys? Just finished second ending of Noir. Yeah, he's playing. Is it Noir Automata? I think Noir. It's something like that. I've seen friends playing the game. I haven't played it. Um, Let us know if that's a little better, Jor. But we're just shit talking Sonic again. But yeah, the Werehog stages were just they're awful. And the game was not what it was expected to be, because you are still regular Sonic, just now you're slow with stretchy arms. And that's all you're Mario. Yeah, I mean, I've talked about this with a good chunk of people, and for one thing, the game is just as broken as any other 3D Sonic game. I mean, I guess you could argue that it's not the worst. You know, I mean, Sonic 06, that's a hard one to beat at being the worst. Except maybe Sonic Boom, maybe. I don't know. Sonic Boom had some pretty terrible, lazy stuff. But I mean, he's going through all the edits while he was doing it. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so that guy, that's Barry Kramer. But yeah, yeah. Well, 'cause it was amazing to see, and like this is stuff that you don't necessarily see offhand when you're just playing the game. There's a lot of stuff you don't notice as you're playing, and then but when you go back and look at it, it's just like, oh, oh no, that's bad. It's like, and during cutscenes of all things. Yeah. It's like, how convenient could this possibly be? This glove was handed down by the ancient smithies. It was very sweaty, and they didn't want to throw it away because they said someone can use it, and we just built around that. I don't. Like, yeah. Were they going were they going through a phase? The bandages? I guess. Right. Hello, immortality. Oh. Man. Oh god. Yeah, just so I think part of the problem with Sonic Boom was everyone is was way too used to who Sonic traditionally is as far as image. So everyone just automatically hated these images, including myself. Like, yeah, I didn't like him either, and like one of the big parts was Knuckles. Like, yeah, yeah. No, yeah. Again, they could have taken off some of those bandages. There's no real point to that. And I mean, the only other thing that might be argued as being bad is the way they were characterized. Like, they made Knuckles incredibly stupid overall, and but not that stupid. Like, Yeah, like in the original games when he was talking or whatever, what I got was still it says it still can't hear. Damn it! Like, can you hear Fantactic at all? Yeah, Drago said barely. I don't know why it's not. Is my output not? Hold on, let me listen to the actual. Okay. All right. Oh, I'm not hearing you. I didn't hear you at all at that last part. Actually, let me. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't care about what I have to say. Why? Yes. Yes, it is. That's why I don't understand why. Is there something wrong with the capture? Is it because it's coming from Discord? Hold on, I think I can. Hold on, I need to turn that off. Okay, you're okay. That was annoying the crap out of me. I don't know if they can hear that on their side. Uh, let's see if we can fix these technical difficulties. Let's see if I can source another audio. Oh shit. Oh. Oh, that sucks. I thought I had everything good. Apparently not. I hope that is. I hope that's what it is. It's like, is this guy fucking crazy? Who's he talking to? Yeah. That's now the canon. I need to add another audio source is what I need to do, don't I? Let me add. Okay. Audio input capture. Okay. Let's add that. Add new. I probably need to make sure this is just like Discord's recording. Alright, can I. Yeah, I mean, it's enabled because it can hear. As far as I know, it could hear everything else. Uh, yes. Yes, it's moving when you're talking, and that is. That's what I would think, but it doesn't seem to be. What am I doing wrong? Wait, I need to get rid of this. Wait, is it supposed to be output? Might be need to be output. No, that should be a source. Okay, hold on. What? Wait. Hold on. Could this be on Discord side? Um. Yeah, because it's just recording, or it's just taking the desktop audio, and it's reading you just fine. Like, I have no idea. Video capture, audio output capture. I wonder if I should just do the window capture, like the whole video capture technically on the page.
completely separately.
That's what I would think.
Yeah,
But
that wouldn't affect anything.
no, because that's just more output. Shouldn't be doing that. Okay, I don't know. That's weird.
Did you miss the programming stuff? I mean, not really. I think I'd mentioned programming like once or twice. Not really.
I mean, this is really. Wait, what do you mean? There we go.
Oh, you can hear me?
Can they? Am I not crazy?
Is it? Wait, let me enable audio
Okay,
on the
okay.
stream.
I got audio output. I got two audio output captures. One is
Yeah,
desktop.
no, you can hear me now. What? That's what? Huh?
Wait, is it booming on their side? I don't know if it's booming on your
Wait,
side.
wait. Let me mute you in Discord for half a second. Okay, let's.
Because it looks like it's
I don't think
exploding.
I'm that super loud. Or does it sound like I'm painfully loud?
It sounds like you're really loud.
No, it doesn't. It sounds like I'm fine, relatively.
Because I have it maxed out on this side. Like
Maybe
like
maybe
like
turn.
like my
Yeah, maybe
side.
turn me down. Maybe turn me down a little bit, but I think otherwise that's weird.
Well,
What
if you're
if
coming
it's
in fine, that's great. But like you're peaking according to OBS
yeah,
apparently.
yeah. Maybe turn me down a bit.
I don't think it's affecting anything. Let me listen to it on this end. Let me get back to live. Get back to live.
Yeah,
Let me
yeah,
listen to it on this end. Let me get back to live. Get back to live.
yeah,
Let me.
yeah.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, it's like perfect. Maybe
Okay.
slightly less, but get back to live.
Yeah,
Let me.
yeah.
Oh yeah, okay.
Okay. Thanks, OBS.
Let's not keep have that keep repeating over and over.
Uh,
Sorry. It'll fall into a loop
yeah,
constantly,
yeah, yeah. I know,
which is funny. Oh damn it!
but not preferable.
I wish people had gotten here earlier so they could have told me how stupid I was.
Don't worry, we just have we have like almost 3 hours of footage of you sounding insane.
Yeah,
That's funny enough.
just assume I know what I'm talking about and who I'm talking to. Oh man, could you imagine if we couldn't get this fixed and it just so happened that it's throwing comments like, "Wait, you had this without me? The hell was
Yeah,
I?"
yeah, I would have absolutely done that. I'm still considering doing it and hoping that people don't go to the end.
That very well may be. What do you think, gang? Should that happen?
Oh my God. Okay, I'm alive again apparently. I was never here until now.
I wonder if it'll get to a point where it's like as soon as it started working, if we had known prior, it's like you had just gotten on. It's like, okay, I'm ready. Wait, what?
It's so weird.
Yeah, I like I said, I've got booming audio on my end, so it looked like everything was working.
Yeah. I don't know.
And I got audio output capture and desktop audio, and they are both exactly the same. Well, except I got the audio output a little bit less.
Yeah. I
So
don't know. OBS is weird sometimes.
watch it happen next time, and everything's just screaming.
Yeah.
But
And the other person's like they're just clipping the entire thing.
yeah,
Great.
it looks like clipping on my end, but apparently it's not.
Yeah, yeah. That happens sometimes on OBS.
It'd be like that. Oh man. Shit. There it is. Oh god. I guess that's just programming. I don't know. I don't know. It's weird because I guess desktop audio is so generalized that. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
If that's booming, I can you talk for a second?
Ah, words.
Okay. I'm wondering. Digital audio high definition. I'm wondering if it had anything to do with my actual audio here. I wouldn't think so
I don't
because it's
know.
just I don't know. It's weird.
My audio
Anyway,
is fun.
anyway.
I have a setup to separate Discord audio and game audio on mine.
Uh huh.
Um, which is great when it's for noob crew. It's just two people. It's annoying when there's more, but like it makes doing certain things with audio such a pain sometimes. Is like I have like two places to output audio. I need to remember which one goes to which. Like
Right.
sometimes like my main output just changes, and it's annoying.
Just yeah. I don't. Yeah, it's weird. I do remember there were some times where I recorded something,
Hmm.
and I guess and this is in Audacity, but I guess the recording just got corrupted, and like half like out of like 20 minutes, like 16 minutes of audio is just gone, and like there's
Do
like
you
a
run out of storage?
no. I have plenty of
Hmm.
storage where it went. That's why I was confused.
I
Like
don't know.
it just got corrupted. Like in between, like the whole track is there, and I can play it,
Yeah.
but the actual audio that was recorded, like huge chunks of it are gone. I'll get like let's say it's like minute 7, and there's one little snippet where you hear me go, eh, and it's and then
Yeah.
finally at the end, like 4 minutes left. Now my audio just comes in fine, and I'm like, oh, thanks. I
Yeah. Programs never work.
it was just so weird. I was so confused. I mean, it's one thing if I screwed up the audio, but it wasn't recoverable.
Yeah, yeah.
Ooh.
I completely forgot what we were talking about before the
We're
audio stuff working.
we were mostly just shit talking Sonic and the game designs around that,
And yeah, yeah.
and like how I mean, I guess if you're talking about errors, that's part of programming. They could program a better game. Ah, I don't know. It's
It's hilarious to me how they release Mania, and like everyone's like, oh hey, maybe Sega can actually do it. Then they release Forces. So it's like, oh,
yeah, Forces. I haven't played
no,
it. You don't have to play it. You know how bad it is.
it's not. No, it's not even that's bad. It's that it's not good. You know what I mean? Like you don't
It was
play it.
the hype killed it, part of it, and
Well, that was part of it. But it was more like you didn't play it and think, oh, this is god awful. You play it and think, wow, that wasn't fun, but like I can't make fun of it because there's nothing too inherently bad. Like, there's a few
it's
things.
like blandly bad.
There's a few things that are horrible, like the null space story beat. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's that. There's that one shot of like there's supposed to be a bunch of different characters, but then
Mm-hmm.
there's just like three models that are copy pasted. Um, even though it's a game with a character creator in it. Um,
Yeah.
Jesus, you could have spent like, I don't know, 5 minutes. Heck, you could have pressed the random button. Pressed it a few times, like, okay, that's good.
Did
That
they
would
have
have
a
worked.
Did they have a random button?
Yes, there's a
Okay,
random button in the character creator.
man. I'm sorry, but that part of it. Okay, so I don't always like games where you create a protagonist that never talks. And
Hmm.
it's not like it is in Zelda, where the point is that his name is Link and you are the link between everything or whatever, and it makes it like a strong connection. Or
Well,
there's like things are actually being answered. No, everyone in Forces, as far as I've seen, talks for you.
yeah, yeah.
Like you have no
That,
say in anything.
not having the character directly talk, like have voice lines, is fine for most cases for me,
Right.
because like it's a character you made up. It's like they could sound however you want in your head, you know. So them having a voice actor could ruin that. Like I understand that aspect
Yeah,
of
in
it,
some
but
cases.
that's what annoys me whenever other characters talk for you. Like at
Right.
that point, like what are you doing? Why?
And
It's
it's like, I mean, okay, so in Final Fantasy X, you can name Tidus.
Titus, I think.
Apparently, in one of the I got the HD remaster for Switch. Apparently, they're saying Tidus, which I really don't agree with. I think it should
It,
be Titus.
it's Titus.
I
Whatever. I never played the games. I wouldn't know. I never played Final Fantasy X.
I've been
I'm
calling him
not.
I've been calling him Titus for years.
Everyone's been calling him Titus for years.
And then I just saw this. It's like an ending bit, like after the first game, and they say Tidus, and I'm like, "Excuse me,
What?
excuse me."
Okay. Uh, do you play Pokemon at all?
Uh, some. My wife plays a lot.
Okay, do you know the legendary beast in Gen 2? It's Entei, Suicune, and how do you say the
Yes.
third one's name? How do you say the third one's name?
Entei, Suicune, and
I want to see if you say it right.
was it Raikun?
It's Raikou.
Raikou.
It said Raikou, but everyone says Raikou. It's like that's like Rikou, I think. But it said Raikou. I'm just curious if you said that one right, because that one's the one that I've
Oh,
always heard everyone say wrong.
uh,
That's it. That's the end of that side tangent. I was just curious.
that's it. I'm just critiquing your terrible English
I,
skills.
exactly. No, that there's. I know most of the Pokemon pronunciations because I'm a massive nerd in Pokemon. Um, and then there's some of them where like if someone says Raikou, I'll be like, okay, whatever, I don't care. I know it said Raikou, but whatever. The ones that bother me, Snivy.
Yeah.
I have heard so many people say Snivy, and I want to strangle them.
Hold on, hold on, hold
Uh,
on. Snivy or Snivy?
okay.
Apparently, people will call him Snivy. Yeah, yeah,
There,
that pissed my
there are
wife
people.
off.
There will be people who say there are people who say Snippy, and I want to kill them.
I would only ever say that sarcastically as a joke.
Yes, yes.
I got that.
Another real, another really bad one. These are like the two big bad ones that people say. You know the Trico line?
Yeah.
How do you say the final evolution? Trico, Grovyle, and
Hold on. Hold on. Let me pull it up so I can see how it's actually spelled before, because I cannot friggin' remember at all what it was. Trico. Evolution. There we go. Please don't yell it out. Okay. Where is it? Oh, Sceptile? Or
yeah,
Skeptile?
it's Sceptile.
I would think Sceptile because the C is just makes it a
Yes,
strong S.
there are people who say Skeptile though, and it's not. It's not Skeptile.
Now, if it was a
It's not
K,
It's not Skeptile.
now if it was a K, maybe.
God, those are the two big ones. Uh,
I can't remember. I think it's because.
I don't. English is stupid.
Oh God, yeah.
It's
I
just however you say it.
I before E, except after C, except with like a
Except when it's
thousand.
not.
Yeah,
Except for every word where that's not true. In other words, every word with a C at it.
which is like,
That,
how are there so many exceptions to a rule and it not just take back the rule?
at that point, it's not a rule.
That's like silent letters are so bastardized to me. Um,
Pterodactyl.
like why does it even need it? Why does it need a P at the front?
Yeah, it's usually because they're from a different language. But if you're like bringing them over from a different language, then just change how they're spelled at that point. You
Well,
know.
yeah, if you're not taking the direct actual word, like
Well, a
like
lot of time it is also from Old English.
yeah,
Like that's part of it. Like at that point, I can just change it. Like if we acknowledge that Old English like isn't really valid anymore, and it's basically just a separate language, so why can't we have different spellings too?
Oh yeah. Oh god, you just remind me of in Chrono Trigger,
Hmm.
uh, the character Frog uses Old
Yeah.
English, like half thou off and stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah.
The Japanese version, nothing like that. And when he does use that Old English, it's awful. It's really annoying.
In
Like
J Japanese version
no, in the
or in
English
English
version.
version?
Japanese version didn't use any Old English type stuff,
Yeah.
but they did in English, and it's really annoying. I ran into that today when I was recording. I
Yeah, it's
recorded.
just annoying to read. Yeah.
Yeah, I found something. I didn't know what the sentence was, and I was just so confused. I was like, I have no idea what he said. It looks like
Like,
what it said is that his stuff vanished, but it was like
yeah.
evanesced.
I like the idea. I get what they're going for with that because time travel and stuff. That's an
Right.
interesting idea, but like you can talk to the cavemen. Why do you care?
Yeah, you can talk to cavemen that like
Let me
yeah,
talk
they
to the frog. It's a talking frog in the first place.
no one else in the kingdom actually talks like that.
That
They didn't
too.
program anyone else to talk in this old English format. Like,
Oh, in unrelated to the Old English, but in Pokemon,
uh-huh.
Haunter?
Yes.
You know how it evolves?
Like how it evolves or what it evolves
Like
into.
how to evolve it into a Gengar.
I do not.
You trade it. You trade it with another player and it
Oh, it's a
evolves,
trait.
right?
Okay.
There is an NPC in Gen 4.
Oh boy.
There's a few NPCs that where it's like, oh, I'll give you this Pokemon if you give me this, right? This trainer says, give me this Pokemon, I'll trade you a Haunter. So you're thinking, oh, free Gengar, right? No.
No,
You
he
get,
meant a haunter, didn't he?
yeah, you get it. It's holding an Everstone, which prevents evolution.
Oh my god.
There is an entire subreddit dedicated to hating this NPC. It is the most hated character in all of Pokemon, and they have like 4 lines of dialogue.
That's that's horribly amazing.
So good. Like, hats off to whoever designed that NPC. Like, you're a genius, my dude. I fell for it.
That's like
And
the ult
I don't ever do trade evos, but even I fell for that one.
that's like the ultimate troll.
It's so good. It is right before one of the hardest gyms in the game too.
Oh, because of course it is.
It's like, oh hey, it's like Gengar is Ice Gem, so Gengar wouldn't help particularly in terms of type, but still Gengar's a strong Pokemon. It's like, oh hey, a really strong Pokemon help with this really hard gym. You get it? No, screw you.
Mm. Mm.
It's so great.
That's
I just
amazing.
remembered that because we are talking about Pokemon a second ago. It's one of the funniest things in all of games to me.
That that's a gem. That is a gem.
It's so good.
It's a gem you don't want, but it's a gem. Oh my god. A whole subreddit for that.
Yeah, there's an entire subreddit dedicated to hating that character.
Oh.
Like I remember, I was talking to my friends about it, and I just looked up. I forgot what I looked up. I think I just looked up, like fuck this NPC or something. Because I was just curious what would come up, and then I found a subreddit. I'm like, no way.
Hold on.
I don't remember what they're called. It's so funny. Uh, it's amazing.
Okay, it's different now.
Let me see.
The first thing that came up on my end was GTA Online. Uh which I
I'm
get.
gonna try. I want to see if I can find it now. let's see. Uh,
It's-
is this it? No. But
no, no,
whatever.
it's changed.
Uh,
Damn. Oh well.
but yeah, it's just such a funny moment. Uh,
I mean,
wait,
what?
is this it? R slash fuck Mindy.
uh,
There it is.
can you throw that into the chat?
Oh my God.
Oh, oh, I see it. Fuck you, Mindy. Fuck Mindy Reddit. May 2019.
It's so good. Oh, it's like the funniest thing to me, though.
Oh, wow. I want the real devil. I said the real. Perfection. Wow.
It's yeah, people universally hate this person. It's amazing.
I can't blame them. Wow. Wow, there's. How many posts are here?
You don't understand how many people have been hurt by
Oh.
Mindy. You don't understand.
Hold on. Let me see, Kill Tuna? Have you been hurt by Mindy? Gen 4. She gives you a Haunter instead of a Gengar in a trade right towards the end of the game. That
It gives you a haunter with the Everstone.
Yeah, with an Everstone.
You take the Everstone Evolve, find someone, trade it back and forth, you get a Gengar. Take the Everstone off. And yes, I fell for it.
Yeah, we were just talking about. We found there's an entire subreddit dedicated to hating Mindy. Her name is Mindy, apparently. Like these are like this is a huge community. There are 14,000 readers on here just dedicated to how much they hate Mindy for doing that. Like,
It's so good.
oh,
The amount of dedication.
God, so many people have been hurt. That's not something I expected to see tonight.
Yeah, no,
I'm not complaining.
it's amazing stuff. I haven't read through a lot of it. I just know it exists.
That's amazing. Oh God. Yeah, like speaking of Pokemon, like, we've been playing Pokemon Go a lot, or at least I know I have.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I mean, I'm not gonna say I'm much good at it. I'm not able to really go to gyms or anything, so I can get like the raids and shit. Like I may have only been in like 4 raids in total, but I mean, I've been getting lots of Pokemans, getting all kinds of stuff. I'm got like 700 items right now that I'm trying not to go over
Uh-huh.
because since they updated it, because I hadn't played it till like the end of 2016. I was like, okay, I just fell out of it because it was early in development and there wasn't much to it except Rattatas, Pidgeys, and Caterpies.
Yeah.
Well, and now it's way better, so much more to it, and I've been playing a lot, and I've been trying to get a better understanding of it. And what I should be doing is going into each Pokemon and reading everything, and I'm not doing that at all. But
Yeah.
it's just really interesting because apparently there's lore behind it. Like supposedly this is kind of like the idea of the Great Pokemon War, and there's also the part of it being incredibly interactive and actually giving you some of that feeling of actually being a Pokemon trainer. Almost legit.
It's just Pokemon Go just always felt shallow to me. Like you catch Pokemon, that's about it.
You can battle now.
Not well. It's spam tapping unless they made it better.
Uh, kinda. Like, you can get faster attacks if you actually hit it at the right time,
Yeah, but it's
but
just
other
tapping.
it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not significant enough to care.
They should. I don't know. They should just kept the normal Pokemon battle system. In all honesty.
I think it probably would have been fine for like maybe like the raid battles or whatever. But I think like
Yeah.
but I think PvP should definitely be like the old ones.
Yeah.
Like particularly PvP. I don't care about Team Rocket that much. I don't care about the raids that much as far as battling and because I'm trying to get Pokemon for that. But when I
Hmm.
battle someone else, like an actual person, I'd like it to feel more like the original Pokemon style.
What? Mildly related, but I've always wanted something. I made an app or something that would like get your location,
Uh
and it
huh.
would play it. It would play a song based on where you are. And like let's say it was Pokemon themed. If you're in, it would be like, oh, you're in a forest, and it'll play like uh the forest thing. Oh, what's the first forest in Gen 1? Viridian's Forest?
I
Yeah.
guess.
Things for it would play like Viridian Forest theme. Or like if you lose connection, then it'll play the cave theme.
Oh yeah.
Uh, I don't know, just I feel like that should be made. It might already be made. Probably is.
It's like you go into a hospital and the Poke
Pokemart, yeah. Or
yeah
Poke Center.
yeah Poke Center starts playing.
The Pokemart and the Pokemon Center in the later games got combined. Like it's one building where you can heal and buy stuff. Which like functionally that's better.
But that kind of
But
breaks apart the world though a little bit, doesn't it? If
eh,
well, I mean
I'm
it.
I'm fine with it in terms of gameplay. What I'm not fine with it is we don't get the Pokemart theme anymore. That was one of the best Pokemon songs in the game. But you can't have it play like whenever we open the shop menu at least. Like, come on, man. It was such a good song.
Like if it's combined, you think they would like if you go into the Pokemart side and you go into those menus, okay, then it's just Pokemart. And then when you're in just the stuff for
I don't,
the Poke Center, then it's just that. And then when you're just in the hub of the building, then it's both or
I
something like
don't
that.
like. I understand it's more cumbersome to have the buildings separate. But like, I don't know, something about it, like having to physically walk between the two areas, like it made it take longer, yes, but it felt like you were getting ready for a journey more so than like making a pit stop.
That yeah, I think a good example is like any game where like anything that you have to like recover, sleep, and buy stuff all in one.
Hmm.
It's like sure that's convenient, but that doesn't really put me in this world just because it's convenient.
Yeah.
Like functionally, it's awesome because you don't have to worry about oh I gotta go here now I gotta go there. But is that really that much of a
Well,
problem?
for actually in Pokemon, it kind of makes sense. Because I mean, the only people for the most part that are going to be going to the Pokemon Center are Pokemon trainers. And the Pokemart only sells Pokemon trainer related items like Pokeballs and potions and such. So it kind of makes sense, in universe to me. But like, yeah, it feels to me it just again, it feels less like getting ready for a journey and
Yeah,
more like just going to the gas station.
yeah. It'd be like I think a good way to look at it is it's probably something that would make sense if you saw it in big cities.
Hmm.
But small towns, like if you go back to Palatown and they were both there, if they had one, if they're both there, you would expect them being a smaller town to be separate buildings.
I don't think Peloton has one
No, it
actually.
doesn't. It doesn't. It has like 4
Yeah,
buildings and like
the
3 of them are
starting town never
houses.
has one.
But yeah,
Starting one never has one.
yeah. But like a small town would be separated, but a big city it would make a lot of sense. But like one of the examples I've seen is like you buy all your weapons, you buy all your regular items, you buy your clothes, you sleep there, and you save there. And it's like some of that stuff makes sense to be together, but
Yeah.
like not everything.
Hmm.
If you synthesize or you craft things all together in the same stuff, you can just go through another menu. It's like okay, but why would they be there? That some of this seems like a conflict of interest.
Yeah. Again, it just feel for me. It just builds up anticipation for whatever you're gonna do next. Even
Right.
again, even if it's Pokemon, and it's just all you're gonna do is be fighting trainers. Like you've done this before. It's nothing extravagant. It's such a even though it's such a small thing, like you're still building anticipation at that point.
Oh yeah, yeah. So
And
the
it's
way
just you just lose that whenever it's just oh you go heal and then buy items if you need it and then leave.
that's like if they just went ahead and set up like a healing station and a merchant right next to each other right before the final boss and right
Yeah.
next to the save point. It's like that's great and all, but why would that be there
Hmm.
necessarily? Like maybe the healing station and the save point, but we're deep down in the center of the earth. There's no fucking reason for there to be a merchant. So I don't know,
Yeah.
something like that. Like,
I'm on vacation.
why are you here?
Just like you're in the pits of hell. Just yeah, I got some tickets. Go on a cruise here. What do you mean a cruise? There's no water leading down to hell. What?
They said it was a lava cruise.
Uh,
Are you here with the kid who says I like
it,
shorts?
it's the freaking it's just like the merchant in the first town, but he's like wearing like Hawaii stuff and his sunglasses. I remember you. You bought that short sword.
Yeah, it's like I sold you a short sword, didn't I?
But he still has the same.
Yeah, it still looks the
He
same.
still has, he still has the same items to sell though. It's like stupid potions that heal 5 HP while you have 1,000.
It's like, would you
It's
like
not
some
even
more?
used.
I happen to have my entire stock with me, and it seems to be infinite. Would you like anything? Uh, no.
Would you like some apples? They heal 3 HP. They're pretty good.
If you had a
Uh,
delicious meter, it would be full.
like,
Ooh, that's an interesting topic. Pointless game mechanics.
yeah, so I immediately thought of that too. Like games that add hunger because they feel like adding it. Like
Right. It can be interesting, but like for all intents and purposes, it doesn't really serve any purpose except to make things inconvenient and
yeah,
prolong things. Um, I know a lot of people that played OG Minecraft. I think that was one of their complaints when they first introduced hunger. Uh,
yeah.
I
I'm
I
on the
just
fence. I'm on the fence about Minecraft's hunger. In all honesty, like it does kind of feel unneeded. In all honesty, like it feels like it's just something that makes you like, oh well, I guess I have to stop what I'm doing to go get food. You
mhm.
know,
Right, and that's if you're
it just
playing on.
intro. Yeah, but like you don't want to play on peace. Like if you don't want to play on peaceful just because you don't want to deal with hunger, because then you might want to deal with mobs and not have to deal with hunger.
Right, and so I generally play on peaceful just because I like the isolation of building,
I usually play on normal or easy.
and and it would make sense maybe to have hunger forced on hardcore, but
That hardcore worlds that would be have more of a point, you
yeah,
know?
but normal and I guess normal and regular hard. Wait, is there 3 difficulties or 4?
Easy, normal, hard.
Okay, easy and normal.
Oh, and peaceful.
Yeah, easy and normal seem like they would be optional. You could add the
Mm-hmm.
option with a tick box or something.
Yeah.
And actually, I'm surprised that the new updates don't include like a classic play. Like
I
way
don't
back in the
know.
day. Because that'd be
Thank God there's a
interesting.
Sonic DLC.
Oh, for Minecraft?
You didn't know about it?
Oh well, I mean, I suspect it.
They
Um,
made it not. It's not like just the skins. There are Sonic skins. They made a Sonic game in Minecraft, like a
oh,
full-on Sonic game. It's not good, but it's probably the best Sonic game released within like a long while, which is sad. Because
well,
it's still Minecraft. Like there's a run button. You don't gain momentum.
that's
Like yeah, in the Switch version, like it doesn't work.
wow.
Uh,
Actually, one of the things I really liked in the Switch version of Minecraft, as well. Speaking of that, the classic world, so called, is incredibly small, and I love it.
mhm.
And one of my worlds is just starting from 0, 0 and just tearing the world block by block until I have all of it stuffed into boxes, and then I can redistribute it as I please. So
They're sorry.
I was gonna it's completely deconstructing the world down to a level area of bedrock.
I just looked at the stream. It says started streaming 4 minutes ago. Like, I think that's wrong.
Wait, what?
No, it's the stream on my side. It says it's started streaming 4 minutes ago. But like looking at the footage, it's been recording the entire time. You're good. It's just YouTube. I
Yeah,
think it's fair.
I mean, I got
I reload.
320.
Oh, okay, I reloaded. I reloaded. It says 3 hours now. It's funny to me. You're
Okay,
good.
but to say, it's like, wait, is timing going weird? Is this gonna be
No,
like
no.
the time I accidentally did I used the wrong feature on my phone and it was a time lapse instead of a record, and I had
But
to re-record 13 solid minutes of something.
yeah. How do you feel about the boost on Sonic games?
Um, I feel like it's horribly misused most of the time,
Yes.
and because it's like a MacGuffin. You just use it and you beat the level,
Yeah.
and like it doesn't serve purpose. If there was a boost, it would seem like you could use that to an advantage, but the advantage shouldn't be just basically beating the level, especially in games like
Or
the Sonic and the Black Knight. Like I
I
remember
forgot about those games.
the storybook games. They stopped after the Black
God,
Knight. They're,
I had Secret Rings.
I have it on Wii.
I have it somewhere. I don't even have a Wii remote anymore. I have a Wii U still.
You'll play on
Uh,
that. So
yeah, I don't have a Wii remote for it though.
yeah,
Um,
I hated Sonic and the Secret Rings so much. Um,
it, it was an okay game. It wasn't good.
I
But like I can't say anything inherently bad about it other than its controls and its level design kind of sucked.
the controls broke it for me.
Yeah, I
Um,
get that.
so okay, and to be fair to the storybook games, the 2 storybook games, Sonic and the Black Knight fixed most of that in favor of other bad mechanics.
Like Sword.
Even the sword wasn't that bad if you actually made the combat engaging, but making most of it boost.
I didn't even know you could play as other characters.
Oh yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I imagined. Hey, but you can be edgy now. You can be edgy now.
Edgy to edgy. But I hated the control scheme that they went with Sonic and Secret Rings. For one thing, going backwards is a nightmare.
Yeah.
Like, it even gives you a tutorial to go backwards, and it feels
Dude, the
impossible.
tutorial. The tutorials. Oh my gosh. Like, the first hour of the game is tutorials.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because it's not like, oh, do this, and then next part of the level, do this. No, it's just like, walk forward,
Oh,
level complete.
yeah. Oh, and
Go
all
back into the menu, go select the next level.
this is what the goals are like. Oh, thanks. I couldn't figure that out.
This is the color red. Do, 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 do.
Just like the part on Sonic's shoes. Sonic is a blue hedgehog. He's in the shape of a hedgehog.
And he's not really in the shape of a hedgehog, is he?
No.
In the shape of a furry.
Yeah. Yeah. And Sonic Forces just produced even more.
Okay, genuine talk. Freaking Sonic Forces character creator was genius. Like, think
Oh,
about it.
absolutely. Like,
The entire fandom is
Is that
about carrying
market.
OCs. Yes, and then you also get the people who want to get it to shit on the fandom.
uh-huh.
Because you can make stupid as hell OCs. Like, you got both groups in it. Like, that was such a good decision. Like, I'm not even gonna lie, that was so smart.
Yeah, you remember the Game Grumps OC, quote unquote? The
Oh,
character they made was just like eyes just bulging out like they had like 1,000 cups of coffee.
yeah.
Oh
The game.
god.
I
And
love everyone's reaction to getting the gamer hat.
yeah, and I think it's funny. Okay, so Sonic has always been this love-hate relationship for pretty much everyone.
Yeah.
As a whole, I'm blanketing, but I mean, you're talking about a game that somehow everyone seems to unanimously hate and everyone still unanimously wants to play and love. And it seems like as a fandom, we just want so badly for it to be good. Like, not just decent, not just okay, just actually good.
Yeah, Sonic Generations is the only game I can think of that I can actually Sonic I can think of that I can actually look at and say, yeah, that's a good game. Not the classic games, not even Mania really. Like that's an open. I guess it's a good game. It's more like everything else Sonic related is so bad that I think we just imagine it's a good game when we play it, you know?
Uh huh.
Um, I haven't played Colors, but I heard it's pretty good too. I don't know. People say Unleashed is good, so you can't really rely on people's opinions on Sonic. Um, but yeah, like Generations is the only one I can look up. Like, yeah, that's a really good game. I, yeah. But then there's the boost as I was talking about earlier. Like, it's just they got rid of the spin dash. I mean, the spin dash just felt really satisfying. You sacrificed standing still for a few times, but like standing still for a little bit. But like that small amount of standing still made the speed you get from it feel so satisfying to get.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you don't sacrifice anything by just pressing the X button and instantly going to top speed. I
Yeah.
think Sparkly Electric Jester actually dealt with that really well. It had a dash, but it was just that. It was a dash. If you're going like minimum speed, you could dash to help you get up to higher speeds. Or if you're running up a wall but you don't have quite enough speed, you can just
Right.
press the dash button a lot to get up to the top.
Right. Actually gives it a
But
purpose.
yeah, but if you're it's not going to make you go super fast. It doesn't bring you anywhere near top speed. In fact, if you're going top speed and you dash, you lose speed. You go slower.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's like that's how it should be balanced. It should be if you're gonna have a sort of boost mechanic, like it should either be extremely limiting where it can only be used in situations where like uh you're doing really well and it's a reward for doing well in the game,
Right.
or it should be a tool to recover from a whenever you're doing poorly, which is how Smart Electric Gesture does it. It's used in a way whenever you're doing poorly to still make the game feel fluent even if you're not doing the best. That's how it should be used. But no, it's the X to win button.
Yeah, I mean, I, you're trying to make engaging gameplay, but it's not very engaging if you're just holding forward and pressing the X button and occasionally jumping. Whereas
Mm-hmm.
you can make it a lot more engaging. Like I'm not saying boost inherently is bad because, like you said, spark the electric gesture did it well, and
Yeah,
it's a shame. It's a shame like Sonic hasn't seemed to really do that, and now they have so many examples of where it's worked, and they're still not taking it.
yeah. Another one I can think of, Sonic-ish game I can think of that did a boost type thing well. This one's closer to Spin Dash actually, but it was a game called Freedom Planet.
Uh huh.
Um, the main character has a dash, and what it does is it works similar to the Spin Dash, where you stand still for a few seconds and then launch in a direction. But this one you can use midair. Like when you use it, you stop midair. You don't like fall while you use it. You stop midair and you can like aim it diagonally. But the downside of it is, other than you have to stop for a few seconds, once you go, you're going. You can't stop until the game says, "Okay, you're out of boost." You know.
Oh yeah.
Like that would be an interesting way to take it too. Like maybe you have the bar that says how much you can boost, but maybe it goes down a lot quicker. And like when you press the boost button, like you go for a certain distance no matter what. So
Mm-hmm.
like then it would turn into not a win button, but rather like Sonic's always been about replaying levels so you can play them faster. And it would play into that. You wouldn't play into the where, oh,
Right.
I know when to dash or not when to dash. Like if you're experienced level, you know, oh, this is a safe place to dash and it would give me good speed.
Right.
Um,
That's also
me,
going back to the whole actions and consequences too.
yeah,
Because
that too.
if you can just keep boosting and boosting with no consequence, then it
Yeah,
ruins the
if you hit a
gameplay.
wall while boosting, you don't even like you lose your speed, sure, but like you can just keep on going. Like you can
Yeah.
just jump and you keep on going. It's not even like you have a bonk animation. You don't even have that.
Mm-hmm.
Like and also for the like with it being like oh you use it and you can't stop like then you run into the problem of oh then new players can't really use it but not really because there are the automated sections of the levels like there's absolute sections where you go into a loop-de-loop like that's automated and then the newer players will then know oh I can use the boost now because it's going to be safe for the next however long you know.
Right.
But then the new players are also being getting use out of it, even if it's not as much. So, but it would still make it where whenever you're first playing through the game, you get an understanding of the mechanic. Well, when you go back through the levels, if you want to, you now understand how the mechanic works well enough to know how to use it effectively. Like that's how it should be done, or it should be used as a recovery mechanic, like Spark did. Like choose one or the other, not a win button.
Mm-hmm. Man, I'm trying to think of games that I have a really hard time finding too many faults with. And like most games that I play, like I can find plenty of faults with Zelda. I can find
Yeah,
more
yeah.
than plenty with Sonic, and I come into mind like I think Metroid has done great as far as a minimum problem. And when you start
I,
looking at things in contrast, it's it's just really interesting, especially when it's in the same era.
mm-hmm. Yeah. I would say the game I can think of like that has like the least amount of inherent issues would be Hollow Knight. The only like issue I can think of with Hollow Knight is the shade mechanic. Whenever you die, you leave behind a shade and you have to kill it, and then you get your money back. Plus, like you kind of have your max mana limited before you collect your shade again.
Uh huh.
But the issue about that is if you die in a hard boss, this encourages you to keep on trying the boss. In a Metroidvania game where you can go other places, it should be encouraged that oh, this boss is too hard for me, let me go explore somewhere else. That's what should be encouraged. But it doesn't, that's the one issue I can think of. Like everything else on that game is designed really well.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, I couldn't tell you why. I don't like Hollow Knight. Like I I really don't know why. I don't hate the game, but it's a game I sit down and play and I'm just like I'm not really enjoying this too much. Like I can praise that game's game design for like days on end. I think that is a wonderfully designed game that has a very clear intent in like everything that was made. Like the background animations are 60 FPS, while the characters and enemies are 30 FPS, which makes it where the characters and enemies stand out even though they have a similar color scheme. And that's genius. Like and it makes the game look beautiful.
Huh.
It's such a small detail. Like when you point it out, it's like, oh yeah, that is what's happening. It's crazy.
Ooh. That's something that we haven't really talked too much about is environment design.
Hmm.
So it's okay. So you're talking about these little things that help you immerse in the world, things that make things feel like this is this is where I'm at. Whether it be shading or certain color schemes or something like that.
Hmm.
And I feel like there's a lot of games that use it very well and a lot of games that use it terribly. And
Yeah.
Hollow Knight, even despite not having played it, is definitely environmentally gorgeous.
Okay, so apparently this is done unintentionally, but you know the corruption type thing in Hollow Knight,
Yeah,
the orange goop.
yeah,
Whenever it appears in Crossroads, the first main area of the game, like the orange contrasts the blue. Like it looks unnatural. It
yeah.
doesn't fit in. And like that was unintentional apparently, but like it's so like it looks almost man-made. It looks unnatural compared to everything else in the environment. And like that's such good world design. You don't need something to tell you, oh, this thing is evil. If you saw a screenshot of the environment with no story context, you can tell, oh, this place is being infected by something. And that's
Right.
impressive. And then they do that with just color.
Oh yeah.
And it's amazing.
Well, like take the first Castlevania game, like when they use color, like the orange and light blue has
Hmm.
such an amazing contrast. Um, and
Sorry.
it has such an amazing contrast that everything pops out. You know what everything is, and when they went to Simon's Quest, everything was like red and gray. It didn't pop out and was boring. Whereas this contrast made everything really interesting, and yeah, you can definitely see big good indicators of what something is.
Yeah. Also, in the original Castlevania, the game was practically unbeatable on the original console. Did you know that? The
Somewhat.
the reason being, not because it was hard, the death boss fight. y like you can't kill him quick enough. He creates too many projectiles and the game crashes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Huh.
You I think it's theoretically possible to beat him quick enough, but like it would be like a speed run thing. You would not be able to beat him normally.
Well, do you think it would be a thing where if you're taking care of the projectiles enough?
You can't get rid of them.
Okay.
I think if you get hit by them, like I don't think they disappear either. I don't think you can face tank it.
Oh no, I
It's just
mean,
really funny to me.
well,
Like, the first Castlevania game was basically unbeatable.
unless you were just really, really good.
Who play tested it?
Uh.
Dave from accounting. Damn it, Dave.
What? You told me to play it. I said it was alright. Come on. What do you want from me? You beat the game 12 times. It was easy. How
Oh
does
my
one
God.
guy do this and no one else can?
Dave from accounting was secretly a speedrunner.
Little do they know, I'm Speedrunner Dave on YouTube.
Freaking like, okay, Dave, can you go play test our game? I was like, yeah, sure. Like, okay, here's in this room. We need to go do some paperwork. We'll be right back. Like, okay. Come back in. He's like clipping through the walls. He's on the final level.
Yeah.
Like, Dave, what are you doing?
Oh, I just thought I'd take a couple more playthroughs to make sure everything was good. What do you mean a couple more?
We left for 5 minutes.
Oh, I already beat it twice. Oh God. When is this? When's this game going out? Next week? Next week? Ah, shit. I guess we're just gonna have to send it out. Damn it. At least it's not a Sonic game.
Freaking one of my favorite lines from Game Grumps is whenever they're playing Sonic Boom and they're like, "Oh, the game needs to be released next week." Like next week, we only have a drawing of a hedgehog.
Yeah.
It's something like that. It's hilarious. It's one of my favorite Game Grumps quotes.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels like they didn't have time. Like, okay, so Majora's Mask was made in like either it was a year or it was 6 months, which even a year is still a very small amount of time to make an entire
Yeah.
game.
Hence why they reuse a ton of assets and
Right.
reuse the engine, you know?
Yeah, but Sonic Boom, I correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't it?
It was made for a
development?
game jam.
Yeah, like wasn't it made like was it wasn't it in developing for like 4 years?
I don't know.
Like yeah, like the more time they have, the less sympathy I have for them.
Well, it could also be in development hell. That's a possibility. Development hell is like, if a game's in development hell, like, don't bet on it being good. Even if it was in development for like 8 years, like,
Oh,
don't
it's always
bet on
gonna
it.
come out like friggin' Duke Nukem Forever.
Yeah, that's the big example.
15 years, right? Or
Something
longer.
crazy like that, and the game like is inherently bad, but it's kind of mediocre. You know,
Yeah,
like
and that might be worse. Is a game that's just meh versus a game that's actually bad.
yeah,
Because
yeah, they can make fun of a bad game, a mediocre game just falls into obscurity. The only reason Duke Nukem Forever is like known at all is because of how long it took to release.
yeah, and it was just incredibly underwhelming.
Mm-hmm. Uh, yeah, but like development hell can happen because like the creation of a game takes so long and like things happened over periods of time.
Mm-hmm.
Companies can go bankrupt. They can ideas can change. Developers can change. Entire teams can change. Like so many things can go wrong since it's such a long time period. That's why development hell happens, is a chain of those things happen. Since a game takes so long to come out, then like
Right.
sometimes they need to sometimes it takes so long that they need to flat out make it on a better, higher quality engine, which is what happened with Duke Nukem Forever. So sometimes the entire development restarts, including assets.
Right.
Like that's what development hell is, and it's like it doesn't create a good product in the end.
No, actually, you know what? Are you familiar with the movie Food Fight?
I heard the name. I don't know. I'm not a movie guy.
Okay. So Food Fight is the movie equivalent of Duke Nukem Forever.
Ah, I see.
So, like, this was like supposed to come out like in the 90s or something, and it came out in like 2009. And
Mm-hmm.
basically, it had Charlie Sheen, it had a lot of big name actors, and it was an animated movie, and it was supposed to include like a whole bunch of various food product IPs, Mr.
Yeah.
Clean, uh, you know, the tuna fish guy. I forget what his name was. And they had a bunch of people in there, and a bunch of various IPs. Any IPs they didn't get, they made them really gross.
Mm-hmm.
So that was also like insulting. But the movie was so bad because it's been held up for so long. It was like nothing was worked on for like half of the time it was that it was supposed to come out.
Yeah.
Like if you just look up food fight and just maybe a clip, you'll see exactly what I mean. Like there's no excuse for it at all in this case. Whereas game development, I think, would probably have a lot more excuse, but it ends up.
Have I seen this?
Uh,
I feel like I might have seen this.
you may have if you
Not
watch
seen the movie, but seen it being talked about. I
uh
definitely seen the cover.
John Tron and Nostalgia Critic covered it.
I may have seen JonTron. The characters look familiar. I may have saw Saberspark cover it if he did.
You may have.
Yeah, this looks familiar though. I'm not. I've seen a video over it at least.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's. Oh my god. I actually knew someone who had that movie, and I borrowed it just so that way I could have my experience. And never again unless I'm trying to break other people with it.
Yeah.
Like, you know, and it went through a lot of the same things where like companies went in, companies went out, but a lot of people blame it because of their own of the creators or directors, whoever's in charge of it. They just did a terrible job at keeping up with everything.
Yeah.
In that
For
case.
like, for me personally, like, there are certain points where I can just look at a project I'm working on and just be like, I'm not willing to release this. Like this is too low quality for me to want to put my name on it, you know?
Right.
Um, but like for big companies, like if you spend that much time on something, you need to get something out of it. Because
Mm-hmm.
like you need to try to get some of your losses back. So you can't just be like, oh, this is too low quality. You need to try to get some of it back.
Right.
Like yes, and like yes, for certain I might be like, oh, that might ruin reputation, but like they can still kind of sweep it under the rug after it all goes down, usually.
Right. Yeah. For
Like,
us, it's like, I want to make that better or not make it at all. For them, it's like a
we
lot of
spent
money and
millions of
people.
dollars on this already. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, and like, yeah, I kind of get that same thing. When I, every time I edit, I always want to make it better than whatever I did last time.
Yeah.
Which unfortunately means I'm often editing way longer than I expect to.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a 4-minute video took me for like 16 hours,
Yeah. Yeah.
and I'm just sitting here like, is this gonna be every discussion video? And uh, one of my streams like last month was me recording a whole bunch of scripts. So I have a whole bunch ready whenever they come to that I have to edit.
Mm-hmm.
So God.
For me, for the review videos, that is, I try not to focus on the editing. Like the editing is just a way to show the information for me. I'd rather try to focus on the script writing more so.
Uh-huh.
Like I think the video I'm working on or was working on, I haven't worked on in a while, if I'm being honest. Yomawari, the next video I'm going to hopefully release eventually.
Mm.
Like I think that video, looking at the script, is pretty funny. And I'm trying to take more inspiration from Scott the Woz.
Uh-huh.
uh for humor.
I'm
Um
in a server with him,
uh
I believe. Or was that Wayne's boss? Maybe it's both.
but
Anyway.
like yeah, I try to improve my script writing. The only thing like editing wise I like want to improve is like making sure the audio balancing is right. Like I did one thing in my space funeral video, like I put a song on in the background when I should have changed it because like the song itself was A, I said I had it too loud, and B, it had like not lyrics, I don't think, like voices. And like that just really clashed with my own voice and made it hard to hear.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I think the video overall is fine. Like that part didn't do well. I didn't notice it when I was editing it. I want to stop stuff like that from happening,
Right.
and I want to like effectively communicate what I mean with visuals when I'm talking. But like that's the only part about editing I want to do. I want the script to do most of the talking.
Right. And man, I know writing scripts is no easy task.
I find writing scripts fun, honestly.
It
Like,
is. But I remember there's I was in a conversation with someone and I could not get them to understand that, when you're scripting something, you're not going to get the whole thing right there. And, it takes a lot of time sometimes. Like,
yeah, like there's definitely times where I just sit down and I'm like, okay, then just write everything.
mm-hmm.
There've definitely been times where like it just flows fine. But there's also other times where I just sit down and I'm thinking just like, how the hell do I word this without, creating 5 paragraphs,
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Like how do I word this? And there's like maybe something really awkward. Like, it's really awkward to word it. And
Mm-hmm.
like, cause it's more like there's certain mechanics in games, for instance, that, like it's hard to describe them. You just kind of have to like show them, but you can't really do that with my style of videos. I have to explain them, and
Just a
yeah.
nightmare for
Plus, the
them, I bet.
beginning, like writing the intro to any video ever is always hard. Like it's hard to come up with a decent hook. Like I usually try to start with a joke, uh, or some type of like interesting fact about the game, or or teasing about something.
Mm-hmm.
Um, like it's hard to come up with anything that's funny or interesting.
Oh, yeah. I mean, so I've written about 20 various scripts of various things, most of which I was at work for, which
Yeah,
don't tell my workplace. Uh
I'll email them.
how dare you? Uh and so there's a few of them. They were really easy to write because whether I knew the subject or not, there was plenty I could write around, like if I want to make a good hook. And
Yeah,
one of the things I started doing after a while is like really getting into doing experiments with like especially intros and outros.
mm-hmm.
So like some of them start off with like a few skits. Like I need this footage or something, and that's going to be a joke. Whereas some of them just kind of jump right in, going, "Hello everyone, I'm Dren Hatamata" or whatever.
Yeah, yeah. For me, I definitely started out more so just being deadpan. This is what I think about the game, and then slowly try to turn it over to being a little bit more comedic while also keeping like the more relaxed overtone of my videos.
Yeah.
Um, like my first video is just like this is what I think about the game. Maybe there's a few jokes in there. Um, Meanwhile, I go to my Cube World video and I'm talking about how I talk go to my Cube World video and I'm talking about how Gargamel the demonic warlord doesn't have the ability to run. That was an actual joke in one of my videos.
I remember that.
I'm proud of that one. My favorite joke, by the way, just for the record, my favorite joke in all of my videos is on my Yomawari video, or not Yomawari, Yume Nikki video. Whenever I change my art style and like I do the cut and like, and then like, and my character's like, wow, I can't, I'm glad that isn't a dream. Imagine being drawn that poorly, and like for like one frame, he just looks at the camera frowning.
Yeah.
It's, it's so good. That's my favorite joke in all. Like, well, imagine being drawn that poorly, just looks at the camera. It's
So
just the fact that it's just the fact that it's for like one singular frame that it gets me.
something that I've heavily considered is so generally I'm the one editing my own videos, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I thought about trying to see if I could create a canon where I have an editor and I just shit talk him all the time.
Yeah.
And it's like, do you know what sucks? An editor who won't do what you fucking say. Man, my editor sucks. You know, just
Yeah.
like things like that.
The only character I guess I have in my videos that isn't Leon is like a director character, I guess. I think I referenced him like twice. Like in one video, like Metronomicon, I think. I'm like, oh hey, wait, I'm like, this is my favorite song in the game. Like, oh wait a minute, I'm getting a call. Yep. I've been informed that no one cares. Something like that.
I remember
Um,
that.
uh, do you,
Oh, it's a good
uh,
one.
and I think it was in Underhero? Yeah, Underhero. I'm like, oh well, the main character's dead. Pack it up, lads. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, right off
Yeah,
the bat.
it's implied that there's like a production team behind the scenes. That's the only like kind of character that I have established.
Alright, that's the
I kind of
review. The game's ended. Alright, everyone's telling me we gotta leave. Wait, there's more?
yeah. Uh, I also kind of want to play around to having a pseudo overarching story, like just within like the intros and outros, you know, and like maybe like lead up to like one like movie-ish video like Scott the Woz has, you know.
Huh.
I kind of want to do something like that, to kind of link the videos together a bit. But I don't know how I would even go about doing it, honestly.
Oh, just like the intro and the outro are just kind of like small bits to the overarching story that of your channel canon.
Yeah, but it would be like something really stupid. Like, it wouldn't be serious at all. Like you know how Scott was the same thing where it's technically an overarching story over a very long period of time. Um, and like one of the big plot points is the blue border around his screen has taken over the world.
Well then,
It's like there's an entire like hour basically movie over it, and I'll be honest, it's better than most movies I've seen. It's hilarious. Uh, but yeah, the only thought of like an overarching story that I could think of is that my character's stuck in an infinite loop of reviewing games and doesn't really realize it. And that's the overarching story.
okay. Okay, so it's not Scott the Woz, it's Wayne his boss that I'm thinking of.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, on the Sunset City podcast with Nick Game Apologist, Cirrus the Skeptic, Channel Pup, and Wayne his boss. That's what I was thinking of.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm trying to make things like that gets weird. One of the things that always terrifies me is what if I decide I don't want that anymore? How do I get
Well,
rid of it? Because I always second guess myself every time I try and think of something.
well, it's like It's not for me. It's nothing I would create. Like I wouldn't create like a flow chart of how the story would go. I would just kind of create story beats as I feel like it. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I like just have the entire thing ad lib basically. Like in a way, as in like I say a plot point, but I have no idea what I'm gonna do next. You know,
Right.
like it's still in a script, but not the entire thing.
Have you seen any of the videos that Jorgogo and I have done together?
I don't think so. I don't really watch. There's very few YouTubers I watch, honestly.
Don't worry. I'm the same way. Like, I have like specific people that I make sure to pay attention to, and then I have all the other content I watch.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
watch
like,
like I watch Doug, Gaming on Caffeine, and like Nitro Rad, and that's about it.
um,
Oh, sometimes mainly Badass Hero.
yeah, I tend to keep up with Dragogo, Sega Head, um, shit. Who else? I plan to keep up with yours. Um, and there's someone else I can't remember off the top of my head. And then on top of that, with all the other creators that have like several 100,000 views or more
Hmm.
that I'm already been watching, and like that's a lot of content.
Yeah,
Like you can't be expected. That's why like on my channel, I don't ever want to set the expectation that anyone has to watch my channel in order
I
to
just
be supportive or anything.
yeah like um.
Because YouTube's
There's a lot of there's a lot of people like honestly pretty much everyone in like my YouTube friend group like it's not that I don't like respect the content you make. It's just not personally my type of content.
yeah. I think people have a big
Like
misunderstanding about that.
yeah, like if someone if someone's like if someone doesn't watch my videos, I'm like, oh okay, that's fair.
Yeah. I gotta say, I feel very much the same way. Like, okay, one of the things that makes uh getting views and getting subscribers so important is no one is obligated to you. No one has to do
Yeah,
any of it. Then, like, as sappy as it always is, say being thankful is mostly pretty genuine. Like, getting up to 100, getting 50 subscribers feels unbelievable.
it's insane to me that I have 92 subs. Like that's crazy to me. Like 92 individual people watch one of my videos and say, "Yeah, I'll support this person."
Hmm.
Like that's insane.
Like, I don't know that many
I
people
I, I just
personally.
talk I just talk about random games online. Sometimes I don't even post often. I did have I did have 93, but I lost one like yesterday.
That's always a weird situation. I'll catch my.
I, when I lose one, I always feel sad. Not because I'm like, oh, lower number. I'm just like, oh, I didn't. This person enjoyed my content, but like I don't post enough, so they lost.
Yeah.
And I just I felt like I let them down more so than oh no, someone left. You know?
Oh yeah. Supposedly, and I think maybe this was just to spare people's feelings, but supposedly people get automatically unsubscribed after a long enough time, which
Yeah,
personally I have not had that happen to me with any of the people I've been subscribed to, so I cannot personally verify that.
yeah. I haven't ever had that happen. But then again, if it is like, oh, you haven't watched this person in a long time,
I mean, yeah,
then
because that's a fan.
maybe I wouldn't notice.
Well, okay, so
Like by the time I watch that person again, I might be like, oh, am I subscribed? Oh, I'm not. Like at that point, I wouldn't remember if I was subscribed or not.
I found so like you're familiar with the concept of like phantom subscribers.
No, sounds familiar though. I might
Okay,
know if you explain it to me.
yeah, you probably know the concept. It's basically a subscriber who just doesn't watch videos at all.
Yeah, yeah.
It's an empty sub. Like it's as if someone used two accounts to sub, but they only watch with one. The other account would be a phantom subscriber and wouldn't matter effectively.
I mean, I think subscribers still do help in the algorithm, but like at that point, it's still like whatever, you know. Like I'd rather them just not have subscribed.
um,
That's why I don't like it whenever people. I don't like it whenever people like multiple times different accounts. Like it just feels insincere.
all right, immortality.
It's fine, Brian.
Yeah, you're all good.
You can watch the first 3 hours where he sounds like he's going crazy and talking to himself.
I kind of wish we had just went off into even weirder tangents.
It's just like
It went to conspiracy theories, like
Yeah.
straight up tinfoil hat stuff. It's like, and then Link is Sonic's father, and Little Mac is the brother, while Dante is like an uncle, and they're all from space. Like I wish it could go in that direction. I need to script a video like that, or segment.
What I want to do for an April Fool's video one day is it doesn't matter what it's a review of. The game can be anything, but every time I mention any aspect of it, like, wow, the gameplay here is pretty good, but it's not as good as Raid Shadow Legends.
Yeah.
Like every like 30 seconds, like split off into Raid Shadow Legends, say the entire copy pasta, one for one. Like the video's like an hour long, and only like 5 minutes of it actually talking about the game.
Ooh. I know what you could do that on. It's super simple, but I think that might work on like a super casual fuck, what do they call idle game?
Mm-hmm.
That I've been playing. I haven't touched it in a while, but it's Leaf Blower Revolution. And it just sounds like the perfect mundane game. And then just all of a sudden, Raid Shadow Legends.
Do you want to know like what one of the 3 games I have all the achievements on Steam is?
What?
Loading Screen Simulator.
Oh.
I got most of them, and I was just like, I have to. Like, I think one of them was to let the game load without any upgrades. So just leave the computer on for like a few hours. And one of the achievements was to use a macro.
Really?
Yeah, that was one of the achievements.
And which one did you use?
I had one built into my keyboard at the time, I think.
Okay.
I have a different keyboard now. But it was funny.
Hmm.
One of the reviews on it, it was just a free game, but I remember one of the reviews on it was it was a thumbs up review, and all it said was one of the achievements is using a macro. Like, that was the review. And I saw that. I was looking through reviews on it because I was like, oh, it's a free game. I'll look at it. I saw that on the reviews list. I'm just like, okay, I have to. And then like 2 days later, yep, I have 100% of this game.
I think what I might try and do on a couple games that are like, because like that's really mundane, right? Sure.
Yeah, but that's the point.
Yeah. But I want to make a review of it and just be like, this game is so amazing. You won't believe
explosions
the amazing,
everywhere.
Yeah, amazing graphics.
Like the cool 90s like what's the word I'm looking for? The flashing text, epileptic. There you go. The flashing epileptic text from like the 90s, like, whoa, radical.
It'd be amazing. Oh, have you seen the original Zelda commercial?
No, but I imagine it's cursed because all of the old commercials are cursed.
Kinda. Okay, so like even back then, you really couldn't say it's realistic, right?
Yeah.
It was advertised with realistic graphics and how amazing the gameplay was, and it's like, I mean, it's revolutionary certainly, but I mean, I don't think you're hitting the selling points right.
Yeah.
Like, it actually advertised to have, look at those realistic graphics.
It's just 3 dots on the screen.
Yeah, it's like, Link is like 12 pixels. If you can make out any eyes, oh, they're brown. Oh, they're just big brown cubes. Okay. Like, where are you getting this whole thing like realistic? Like, it'd be one thing if it was like, what was it, like Caesar's Palace, where they have like, they actually make a almost like a mosaic of someone's face. Sure, that's impressive. You know, when you're using 8-bit. Link in Legend of Zelda? No, it's not really realistic. I mean, it was the first to do the save feature. That would have been a great selling point. I don't remember if that was in the commercial. Should
I'm
have
looking
been.
at it right now.
But
I
yeah,
don't think they ever say realistic. I think they're just like, whoa, look at these cool graphics. I don't think they ever say realistic.
I want to think I distinctly remember that.
They didn't say realistic at any point, I don't think. They're like, look at these amazing graphics. Still at the beginning.
Oh man, advertising's weird.
Uh,
You remember like advertising like toys that were supposed to be based off video games?
yeah.
Just like, okay, sure.
I would prefer to, like, I don't know, a commercial about a game.
Yeah.
I remember this isn't game related, but the cool 90s stuff made me think of it. You know, 1984? The book, I think it's 1984.
Oh,
The book where, like,
George Orwell.
yeah,
Yeah.
where, like, everything's oppressive. In
Yeah.
English, we had to read that. I never finished reading it, by the way. We didn't technically have to, so I didn't. Um, but we had to make a video over it, right?
Uh huh.
And it was either for or against the party. And my idea of it was being for the party, and it was like it's a cool 90s kid
The
being
all-new
like,
Google
whoa, the
Pixel 4a
party's
with
so
Wi-
rad. And it's like everyone around them is like suffering, like doing slave labor and such, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we did that, and like we got the grades back. I mean, like a 90 or whatever. I don't care about the grade itself, but like it was graded in multiple categories, and one of which was creativity, and it was 5 to 1. She gave us a 4 and not a 5, and I'm still like pissed about that. Like who the hell else saw oppressive, communistic environment and thought cool 90s kid? Like you telling me that's not creative enough for you?
Like, fuck you.
I was so pissed about that. Like I didn't even care we got I didn't even care we got an A. I was so pissed about that.
I would be too. Like,
Like,
screw you, dude.
really? I literally got letters like towards the end of the year telling me how funny people found it. Not even from our class, from different classes. And I think it's technically posted on my main channel. It's just unlisted. I think the video is called "Communism is Rad," and I think the description is, "If you somehow find this, don't ask." It's still up.
Wow.
It's so stupid. It's just, I think for transitions, we use explosions. It's
Like,
so stupid.
man, that, you know, one of the things I hate about something like that is, you know, someone else is judging you on things that are super subjective. And
Yeah.
it's like, screw
Eng-
you.
English annoys me. The entire thing is subjective, usually. Like, yes, there are grammar rules, but there are tons of questions where it's like, read the sentence. which one of these options, which one of these is right? And like there are two that are both by like grammatically and like everything is right in these two answers, but one is more right than the other.
Yeah, that was
And
always
it's
bullshit.
like no, no, that's an opinion thing. Like to you that might read better, but to me this version reads better.
Oh yeah,
Like that is an opinion. Why am I being graded on it?
yeah. Well, not to mention,
Ah,
I remember reading four of them once, like all like it's ABCD. I read all four of them, and people use them interchangeably, every single one of them, and it's like, I know these ones are wrong technically, but does it really matter?
it's oh.
No,
The-
it's arbitrary. It tries to teach you how English is supposed to work, but things change so often that it really doesn't matter.
like unless you're going to be a writer, like learn how to write a formal like email and you should be fine. Like beyond that, you should be fine. Just learn how to write the formal email, a rough formal email, and
Hmm.
that's probably the most formal thing you will ever have to write.
Yeah, because let's face it, like reporters, how many errors and grammatical problems do we find in their stuff for like reporters and people who write articles?
Like
So it's not like anyone's like putting up the expectation that everything you write has to be perfect. I mean, I've seen books that have terrible writing.
even when it's like Nintendo or some big company makes a spelling error on like promotion or something, like then people just point it out like, ah, that's funny, and that's it. That's the end of it.
Yeah, that's it. There's nothing wrong. So there. Okay. So I had this is gonna be funny. I had Nintendo Power,
hmm
and luckily I had all the relevant issues related to this situation. But apparently there's this guy who I guess really hated the editor, like specifically, like by name, because
Okay.
his actual name, as commented on his comment in the book or in the magazine, was "I hate so and so." I forget what his name is, like very specifically. And in that issue, he was trying to say, "Oh, you used this wrong and misspelled it." Ha ha ha. And then it was like a question and answer type thing. So he goes back. It's like, "Well, actually, we actually used it perfectly fine." And then I happened to have that same issue, and I checked it. And at first, I thought he was right, and then I looked back at it. I was like, "No, no, 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 it's grammatically correct." And it was like, wow.
I think there's a way to use the word they like 7 times in a row in a sentence and have it by technicality be grammatically correct. So who cares?
Yeah.
You know?
Like, I get the many guidelines are fine, and maybe understanding sentence structure as a whole is great, but I feel like English class after primary school,
Well, I
like
feel like middle s- I feel like for most classes they're pretty unnecessary after middle school. I feel like up to middle
yeah.
school they're useful. But like after you get to high school, like algebra 1 should be required.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's like I feel like that's basic enough math that you should still learn it.
I just hate the way they
Beyond
teach it.
I actually like my algebra 1 teacher. I think he did a really good job. Um, Beyond that, like, there's not really any other subject that you should really be forced to take.
No.
Like, there's no like at that point you know the basics of everything, and it's like I don't know. It's let me focus on what I want to do at that point. And I
Right.
understand that there are a lot of people who like don't exactly know what they want to go into. Like, I feel like that should be encouraged more. I feel like high school should be closer to college
Yeah. So
than it is. Like it should be encouraged like in middle school, like, hey, think about what you want to go into.
yeah.
And then in middle school should be less about, oh, this is what Abraham Lincoln did in the 2021 war. Instead being more focused on these are a bunch of different hobbies and such you can do and get invested in. what might you possibly be interested in. And then high school is whenever you kind of go more into those um specializations, while maybe still giving you some of the other subjects, like very basically. Meanwhile, college would be the solely what you're going into. Like I'm going to
Right.
college now, and it's so stupid to me. I have to take history classes. I'm going for computer science. Why do
What?
I need history classes? What's the point?
Yeah, I don't get it. I remember taking classes like, so I'm in aviation. I took avionics electronics, which is basically an electronics degree, and I
Hmm.
had okay, I have a computer class that makes sense. I had a
Yeah.
psychology class.
Yeah, it's like, huh?
And it's like
What?
like why do I need this? Yeah, I had a math class, basic math. It was just like okay, I don't see why I need this if I have math classes for this specific thing already. And I had a speech class and a music appreciation class. Not a music
Yeah.
class, music
Yeah.
appreciation.
It's so stupid to me. It's like they drag it out so you can get more money for it. It
Yeah, that's
feels like.
exactly why. I had a full Pell Grant, so all my college was
Well,
paid for.
well, the thing is, like, it's the states that require it.
Yeah.
It's not entirely. It's not in the college. It's like, oh, we want money. It's like, no, they're being forced to do that.
Mm-hmm.
That's stupid. Like, why? What? Like, I need to take a film appreciation class for mine. Like, huh?
Mine
It's
was
like
kind
I
of
did. It's like that or another subject, but like film appreciation is watching a movie, and that's the entire class, so that's easier.
we watched a few movies of music appreciation. I got to
Yeah.
I got to see Beethoven's
Hell,
ass.
music. Nice. Hell, music appreciation would make more sense than game. Like, what I'm going to. I'm going into game development. Music is a massive part of that.
Right.
I-
I mean, unless you're gonna
if-
do like sort of like how Command and Conquer did with all like the little bit of live skits they did. Like, film's not gonna do much for you for video games.
yeah, yeah. Oh,
Um,
it's just. Hmm.
oh yeah, the structure of school is terrible. I think one of the big things for high school should be teaching you basic skills that are best to know
Yeah,
under
like
the un-
why is it not? Why do I not know how to pay taxes right now? Like, that's concerning.
oh yeah, it's like oh yeah, well or like you're like okay, all cars are different, but if you have a car, here's like the basic things you need to know to do regularly.
Yeah.
Um,
Like,
taking
why
care
is
of
there
your house.
why is there not it's not even that we're taught tons of unnecessary things that annoys me. It's like what we're not taught.
Yeah,
Why is there not a class to teach us how to see like how to recognize and how to prevent um mental and physical diseases in other people?
mm-hmm.
Like there should be absolutely be a class where you can that tells people these are the symptoms of depression and what might possibly hint at someone killing themselves and how you should help.
Oh
Or
yeah,
heck, not even just that, like this is the sign of someone who has appendicitis. Like this is and therefore you should bring them to the doctor. Like
yeah.
that should be taught.
Oh yeah,
It's concerning that that's not, but the mitochondria, the powerhouse of the cell, is.
yeah. Everyone remembers that, but can anyone tell you all the basics, or can anyone tell you at that same age? Can they all tell you the basics to cooking?
Yeah,
Because
like
because uh, I was at one high school for a while that had like a economics class, or well, it was like a week. But
yeah.
the school I graduated from had no home economics, nothing for cooking. Like the only extracurriculars they had uh, were basically shop, sports, and I guess shit I can't remember. They did do a
That's my
thing.
favorite subject.
Yeah, they did do a thing where they tried to introduce like, oh, everyone has all these different classes for extracurriculars. I went into a web design class and didn't do anything in web design or whatever. Instead, I
Mhm.
just played video games the whole time and still passed. That's on me. Um,
Yeah.
and then I went into choir with my now wife, and that's what I did for the rest of my time. And then they took all of those away to make room
Yeah.
for sports.
But because of course, sports
Yeah,
is the only thing that people care about.
it's the one they make.
And it's always one specific sport too.
Yeah,
That like every uh,
football,
for us, it's football here. Well,
basketball.
football as in uh not soccer, American football there.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. It's so confusing.
Yeah, it's softcore rugby.
I don't know. Dude, I don't care.
I don't either. I like there
Someone tried to
was
explain the rules of football to me once, and I like fell asleep halfway through. Like, not even insomnia.
just play a game on auto. You'll
Dude.
get more out of that than you will someone trying to explain it to you
And
because
I think a large part of me hating it was because I was forced to go to the games for like a longest time because mom made me because Craig was in the band. My brother, I mean.
ooh,
Uh,
that's a good way to kill interest in something.
yeah.
See, because
I never cared in the first place. I just like kind of went down below the sand and just kind of like screwed around.
one of I have a
And I wanted for like years.
yeah. So one of the things I hate is that kind of exposure is so harmful, especially when it's repetition. In this case, anyway. So I have a similar thing when it came to reading. So when I was
Yeah, I'm about to say same for me, but yeah, okay.
so I was young, and there was a story. It was like some kind of Indian story. It was like I don't know, 10 pages, probably like 4 pages of actual text, mostly pictures,
Mhm.
and I learned to read that. I loved the story at the time, and I read it really well. So much so that I was at the top of the class at the time for that story. Then we read it again and again that week, and then next week we read it again and again.
Yeah,
And I got so sick of reading that I just didn't want to read anymore.
for me, you know what AR is?
Yes, accelerated reading.
We had to get a minimum AR points every like 6 weeks for elementary school or middle school. I think maybe middle school.
Hmm.
And like at that point, I was already like about reading. Like I didn't necessarily hate it, but like I was just like whenever I had to read it, I was like, oh yeah. Like at that point, like they made it into a chore. Like I can't do it for reading because see, it's a chore now. Not to mention, like whenever if I try to start reading anything,
Mm-hmm.
like I always I'm like a child in this aspect. I have to have pictures or something because I can't stare at a beige colored piece of paper for hours on end.
Right.
You know, like I end up rereading the same line like 3 times, because I can't. I always mess that up.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I don't want to be one of those people that has a piece of paper that slides it down. It's annoying. Uh,
So actually, I got one of the things that actually helped break me away from hating reading so much is finding something that you actually enjoy and not being forced to read it. That for me was Devil May Cry novels.
I read Pokemon manga. I lost them in the flood, unfortunately.
No, oh,
Yeah, our house flooded a while back. Um, yeah, I don't have them anymore. I had some of the Gen 1 and I had some of the Gen 4. I'd like to get them again.
mm-hmm.
But so I mean they had like pictures and stuff. And like I don't a lot of the media I enjoy. I enjoy it because I understand it. Like I don't like I'm I don't like most movies because a lot of movies are live action, and like this is not interesting to me. But if you could put an animated movie in front of me, I'd be like, wow, these animation tricks or art details or coloring, like, it's so interesting to me because I do digital art.
Hmm. Or depending on the media at the time. Oh God, this is terrible,
Yeah. Uh,
and this is
oh,
why.
yeah. Or I'll play games because like I can notice, oh, this aspect of the game is designed really well. Oh, the music cuts out here perfectly to make you reflect on blah blah blah. It's stuff like that. Like I know the medium to where I can reflect on it and understand why I like it or don't like it. And that's why I enjoy out of media, the ability to understand it. And like writing, just I don't have that. Like I write scripts, sure, but like it's not the same thing at all. Um,
No.
like it's just not enjoyable in that aspect. Then meanwhile, like the Pokemon manga, like A, I love Pokemon, and B, like I can respect the artists that drew it. Like they're really colorful, not as in literal color as, but more so as in I guess no, I don't know, or bouncy. I guess I don't know.
Well, okay,
Um,
so in a lot of, I think I know what you're trying to explain. In a lot of various manga, even in black and white, you can imagine all the color there.
yeah,
You can see, you can visualize it,
we're talking about the movement of it.
and
Like the movement is so like done like so exaggerated. You can like see, you can understand how the characters are feeling, and like you can imagine like the cartoony setting they're in. And it's like I can read that and imagine how that would look in like
yeah,
a show. And I can admire like the art and the small details of that. Meanwhile, a book is looking at a dead tree. I guess granted, that analogy doesn't work considering manga.
yeah.
Same
But this
same
dead
thing.
tree has
You
pictures.
don't. This dead tree has pictures. That's right.
I mean, so one of the things that really took me in. So of course, I love Devil May Cry. I love the series,
Hmm.
and I found the first novel, which takes place directly before the first game, and it's like, I don't know, 150, 200 pages maybe,
Uh-huh.
and it's a novel, and it has like a picture every like 50 or 30 pages or something, whenever it's particularly relevant, and but I managed to get into that. Initially, when I picked it up, I thought I was getting a manga, and I wasn't.
Hmm.
But I managed to actually read it, and I actually enjoyed it, and that's what actually got me back, because it was something I actually enjoyed.
Yeah.
Like, and that's a huge difference. And I'm also not being forced to read it.
One thing I would like to like, well, the only thing that I look at and I kind of think I kind of wish I can get into reading is like game design documentaries. Oh, like over certain aspects of it, because I watched videos and such over it, but like I study game design in
Right.
my free time. It's like I would there's I just wish I could read those without getting bored, basically. Or
Yeah.
like even the idea of reading is just like, you know,
Oh yeah.
uh, that-
Like,
that's that's the one thing I'm thinking where I'm like, I wish I could.
I think that's also like for example, I think you can spice things up even with text. Given that it's going to be harder because you don't have a direct visualization, everything comes from you. But it's kind of like having a good teacher.
Yeah.
A crappy teacher won't teach you anything. Like earlier, I said something about I hate the way algebra was taught in general, and one of my things is that at least when I was in high school and I was getting into algebra, there was a bunch of stuff. They would just give you equations that did have answers and everything, sure, but the actual math didn't apply to anything particular. But algebra is really the art is really, the numbers are meant to apply to something.
Yeah, yeah. I
And
feel like my algebra teacher was like really, he taught us really well and trying to make sure we all understood it.
uh-huh.
And he always respected us. Like it was freshman year, so like you kind of get people. You just start respecting you more as like kind of start getting to college and later years of high school. But, like during middle school and beginnings of high school, like you don't get any respect from people. Like there's a ton of people who are just like, oh, you're a kid, therefore you're inherently wrong. You know,
Yeah.
like it's understandable to a degree because like I've met the people in my class and they aren't
Yeah.
the brightest. Um,
Excuse me, I've met me and I know how stupid I am.
no, not me. I'm talking about other
Yeah.
people. I'm intelligent. No, like
I am the smirt one
I,
here.
I always feel kind of douchey saying this. But like I feel like I'm a lot smarter than like the average people that are there. Not that there aren't smart people there. I've met tons of people where I had like normal conversations with, but there's some people like I just talk to or try to, and like their stupidity physically hurts me. It's like there was one dude in like I think it was senior year or above. It
Uh-huh.
was not freshman year, it was senior year or above. They didn't know what an adjective was.
Huh.
Yeah. Like that's if you're like multiple years out of college, you know, like you can get a pass for like
Like,
off the
like,
top of your head.
like,
Off the
like,
top of your head just being like, "Oh, what's an adjective again?" You can get a pass there. But no, if you're in fucking school still,
like,
bro.
like this was a thing, like he genuinely didn't know.
Yeah, he did not know
Like it's
an
not like,
adjective, noun, or verb. He didn't know what they were.
yeah, it's not like it was a slip of the mind. Like, fuck, what's an adjective again?
No,
No,
he
no,
just
it's like,
didn't.
what's an adjective? I don't know. Like that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's not.
How?
It's fine. Like, it's understandable if like, oh, the like it hasn't come up in a while, so like you just forget which one's which. It's understandable if you just need a quick reminder. That's fine. You just didn't know what a fucking noun was.
Okay.
How'd you make it this far? Did you bribe them?
That depends. How's his math skills in that? Does he know what the plus sign
God,
is? Um,
uh, that's what I mean by that. Like, I feel like I'm smarter than average, and I don't mean that as in oh I'm so smart.
no,
I
the
mean that
average
as
is
dear
low.
God, everyone is stupid.
Yeah, like it's not that that you're above average. It's that everyone else's average is lower. Like,
It's like dear God.
yeah, well, I mean that. To be fair, that's how math works. When you get a low number, that average comes down much quicker
Yeah,
than it goes up. So
yeah,
that sounds like that situation. Like, just because yours is higher doesn't mean everyone else is any smarter. It just means you have to deal with them being that dumb or
yeah.
less intelligible. I remember there was my friend was telling me in his classes a time when someone was like, "What weighs more, a ton of feathers or a ton of lead?"
Uh-huh.
And he would say, "A ton of lead," not realizing a ton of feathers and a ton of lead are the same weights because it's a ton.
Okay, honestly, like that one gets a pass. I've absolutely heard that before, and like just immediately thought the lead. Then like took me saying like, wait, no, that's not how that works. That one's understandable, honestly.
In this
Like if you
case,
take a second to think about it, it's like, wait, no, that's not how that works.
this didn't work like that for him because he was arguing with an entire classroom, like preaching
Mm.
that the ton of lead was more. There was no accepting that. Like, it would be a pass if he realized it.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
didn't.
really.
He did not.
Okay, so
Like I really wanted to give him a pass, but this guy persisted.
yeah,
And even after being explained, no, the difference in that is volume, not weight. He still kept saying it, and that's what made it like, oh, okay, I see what we're dealing with now.
yeah. In history, history class.
Uh-huh.
We did a thing where it was like a bunch of people, like a bunch of us, list inventions that people have made. Um, and we we like put them into brackets and vote which one's more important to society, right?
Yeah.
And I remember one of them was dogs, because that's technically an invention because they're man-made. Um,
You're not wrong.
yeah, I don't remember what I put,
And
but
bananas.
they're a berry, you know.
Yeah. They
Bananas are berries, seriously.
also real bananas don't look like that either.
One, the one that annoyed me, the one that I remember, was tools versus medicine. They voted medicine, which is so dumb. Do they not realize you need the tools to make medicine? Like, t- how? Also, it depends on your definition of a tool. A rock, by definition, is a tool. We could not pick up rocks to crush leaves to make medicine. The only medicine we would have access to is eating pure leaves. Like even if you make the argument that by tools we mean man-made like change tools. Okay, now you have a crush leaf. What the fuck are you gonna do with that? Dear God, you can't even mix it. You can't make a bowl. Ugh.
You can throw them in the water and see if it tastes better.
That one like that is like I was like internally screaming so much. Like no. That's not
Yeah.
how you need one for the other. Like yes, it would suck to not have medicine, but we literally can't make medicine without tools.
Yeah. Yeah,
That-
that's
that- oh my
I mean, it sounds like they're taking the virtuous route, not realizing they can't do that without the tools.
I pointed it out.
Pun
I was like,
intended.
you do. I was like, you do realize you can't make medicine with that, right? They're like, no, 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 you can't. Like you do know rocks count as tools. Like, no, it doesn't. Like, it's.
Excuse me?
My God. It
I mean,
does. Rocks count as tools. They're
do they not?
like they're animals can use rocks as tools. They're literally by definition a tool. My
Okay,
God.
a good example for a misunderstanding of like the how I guess a general misunderstanding of things definitionally. So like when people think like a shuriken, for example, they immediately think of like the generally symmetrical star shape, whether it's
Hmm.
6 point, 5 point, whatever. That's not what original ones were. Original shuriken were just tiny bits of sharpened metal,
Yeah.
which changes, which effectively changes it to a broader meaning. Same thing with kunai. The original kunai were sharpened shovels, sharpened hand shovels.
Yeah.
When you put things in that perspective, and then you extend that to the word tool, you realize a mask is a tool, a cup is a tool, spoon is a tool.
You could argue clothes are tools. You could argue that.
Oh yeah,
They
because
are tool they
yeah,
are tools to help you survive your current environment. You could argue that.
mm-hmm.
Like literally anything at all would be considered a tool. Hell, you could argue medicine is a tool. Like
Yeah, there you go. There's
even that, like
oh, our phones are tools.
absolutely. You couldn't get there without the tools in the first place to make it too.
Yeah, like
Like
tool.
yes, without medicine, everything would be plagued like riddle of plague, and be honest, we would probably go extinct at some point from disease.
But you want to know what's worse? Not having the tools to make that medicine.
Yeah, like even if we like in this hypothetical, let's just say we physically can't create medicine for whatever reason, right?
Uh huh.
Like even then, like the alternative is we can't even use rocks to do anything. We can't create fire because to create a fire would mean using a stick to create heat, which would be using the stick as a tool. So you can't do that. We would die from frostbite so
Yeah,
much quicker.
Yeah, because it's not like you're just gonna get a lightning strike to set fire to something every day.
Like that might happen once, maybe, if you're lucky. Possibly.
And
Then your caveman brain has to realize, oh hey, this hot, and then to create a bigger fire out of it. But you're
Uh-huh.
not that'll be using the embers as a tool, therefore you're not allowed to do that.
damn it!
Like, do they not real that one question annoyed me so much. Like, do you realize how stupid that decision is?
Like, I find it funny because it I could see a lot of this, being like, just like if someone comes up to you with it blanketed, it's like, oh well, probably you want the mess, and then when you
Yeah,
get into broader terms, then you're like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, tools, duh.
yeah, but like I explained that to them. They're like, no, it's medicine. It's cool. Like what? King? No.
You're going to kill us all.
Another one that was really stupid. I think it was an internet thing for a while. But I remember first hearing about it at school was, is water wet? Like,
Yeah.
there's so many people like, no, it's not wet. Like, it itself is wet. I was like, no. But the definition, I've looked this up because I get so annoyed by people. I'm like, okay, I'll by definition give you what the word means. Let it be saturated or covered in water. Water is both of those things. It is saturated water because it is in itself made of water, and it is like if it's a water droplet, that water is touching other water, therefore it's covered in water. So by both definitions of the word wet, it is wet. The only case where I could like I would be questioning whether it counts as wet or not is if it's like a singular molecule of water, in which case I don't fucking know.
There goes my comments section if anyone actually manages to get this far later on.
Yes.
I want it to blow up. I'll take whatever hate.
Oh
Oh
my
man.
god.
I know
One question people should have been asking
what?
is lava wet? That's such a better question. The answer is yes, by the way. It's saturated with water. Or it's saturated with a liquid. So it is by definition wet. But that's such a better question.
Well, yeah, because you can actually make an argument there
Yes, that's
because
such
of
like
how of the
that's like genuine that's a genuine question. Like as I thought, I'm like, I don't really know. I looked it up and yes, it is. By definition, yes, it's wet. Because it is saturated with a liquid. Like that This is why I'm saying I'm smarter than most people in my class.
I mean, I get it. I totally get it. I mean, well, when you start trying to actually explain things that after the fact they should go, oh yeah, okay, sorry, and they don't.
Yeah, it's not that the fact that they like in the first place
Wrong or
said
not?
said it. Yeah. Like it's absolutely understandable if you like you ask someone, oh, is water wet? And they say, no, I don't think so. And you explain it to them, they're like, oh, okay. Like that's absolutely understandable to be wrong in the first place. That's fine.
Right.
Wh-
It's when
Where
they
it becomes
double
an
down
issue,
and say
yeah,
no.
like
It's so funny sometimes too.
uh
That's like I don't know if you'll understand as much since you don't deal with tools. So when it comes to torque, which is how much you can apply pressure, like for tightening bolts.
yeah.
So there's inch pounds and there's foot pounds, and these two are
Mhm.
very distinctly different by like logarithmic scale.
Yeah, one's a foot, one's an inch.
Like yeah, that's a big logarithmic scale, right? Okay,
Yeah.
there was someone that my buddy was at school with, and this is a small bolt. Small bolts like generally don't need that much. Everything we do on the aircraft I work on is inch pounds. We don't have, at least on avionics side, we have nothing that does foot pounds. That needs
Mhm.
foot pounds. Now imagine someone trying to torque something on our side with foot pounds instead of inch pounds and trying to claim that's what it said do or that's how it's supposed to be done, and it's clearly not, and they're just doubling down. And now they're breaking
Yeah.
things.
Yeah. Like, you could be wrong in the first place. Like, being ignorant isn't bad. It just means
No.
you have more to learn. That's fine. That's understandable. Not being willing to learn is where it becomes an issue. And like, if I'm being honest, I'm even bad about it. I'm horrible at being able to admit when I'm wrong. Um, I'm not gonna pretend I'm not. But like, there's a certain point where even I'm like, yeah, no, that's just I was factually wrong. Like, I get being a little bit
Upset, maybe.
yeah, like persistent about it. Like you have to realize at some point, no, that's just factually not how it is. I feel like I've gotten better about that over the years.
Yeah.
Too.
Oh yeah, like I tend to really enjoy getting into arguments despite avoiding them at all times because I work on a government base and I want to keep my job. But like I wish I could get into more arguments because even if I'm wrong, I learn something. Actually,
Yeah,
generally if I'm wrong, I normally learn something.
yeah, like never check my Twitter replies, because half of them are me just yelling at people uh,
You're gonna force me
about
to go down a
stupid
rabbit
things.
hole now.
No. Um, some, some of them are funny. Uh, there's one dude. Uh, half the time they're about Pokemon. If I'm being honest. Just because it's funny. Um, there's one dude who's like swearing on his life that you couldn't beat Gen 2 um using like I think it was Cyndaquil. It's the fire starter of Gen 2.
Yeah.
And me and one other dude were like, no, no, you can beat the game with a Magikarp. I'm pretty sure you can beat it with a Cyndaquil. Um, he was swearing on his life that he couldn't. Like by technicality, he was right. Do you know what HMs are in Pokemon?
I believe so.
Yeah, like you need Rock Smash to break a rock in your way,
Yeah.
or Surf to swim. Cynical can't learn all those moves, so therefore he can't beat the game by himself. And we're just like, you do realize, like, universally, solo Pokemon runs have the understanding of you're allowed to use HM slaves, right? Like, that's universally agreed upon.
Right, right. Like anything that is an absolute requirement in order to get past it is
Yeah,
looked
yeah,
over.
like you just use the one Pokemon for, battling. That like everyone agrees upon that rule. The funniest part about this interaction, he liked every single one of his own replies.
But no one else's.
No, he only liked his own, and his profile pic was him wearing a fedora.
Oh, because of course it had to be. Oh, this feels like neckbeards all over again.
Just
Jesus.
the fact that he liked his own post and he's wearing the fedora, I'm like, dear God, there's a pretty good chance that was like a joke account, but like he seemed pretty genuine.
That's the scary part.
Yeah, like there's been so many posts where I just look at them and just like, please be a joke, please be a joke, please be a joke.
It's not.
Like, there's some things are just so stupid that you just look at and you're like, this has to be like satire, right? Like, no way this person's like legitimately saying this, right?
Yeah, it's yeah.
Like,
You turn to someone, it's like he can't be that stupid, right? And they're just silent, and she's like, "Why aren't you saying anything?"
it's like, oh, wait, uh, I, s- I saw one picture on Twitter. It was of someone's like TikTok or Instagram or whatever, you know. It was just a screenshot of that, and someone posting it, being like, "What the hell is this?" Right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was just a picture of some girl who just said, "I what does it say?" It says something along the lines of, "When are we going to acknowledge the fact that having a crush on someone is a form of sexual harassment?" And it's like, huh? That's that's just a mental
That's
flashbang. Like,
I mean,
like,
isn't that
you have to
is that
you have to
claiming
be
thought
joking.
crime?
I don't know. I guess.
I was like, oh, I'm sorry I have a dirty mind in general, I guess. I don't act upon it because I'm better than
It's
that,
not,
but
it's not even that. Just having a crush on someone isn't even like a sexual thing inherently.
oh
Like,
yeah,
you can
yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah. I mean,
like, it's just funny to me, like how stupid people are, and it's concerning. Like the thing is, I hear a lot of usually older people, being like, "Oh, there's so many stupid people in this in the new generations," and like,
they were
I
just as dumb then to
no, not even, no. My argument isn't that. It's that there are about the same amount of stupid people now, but they're dumber now. It feels like, like, yes, people are always stupid, and there are always very stupid people, but it feels like there weren't this many very stupid people, or rather, maybe a better way to word it would be the really stupid ones now have a way of voicing their stupidity when they
well,
didn't prior.
well, see, that's why I think the main difference is that now there's platforms to post
Yeah,
publicly, so it's not. I
but
don't think
like,
anything is actually what's the term? Phonetically, maybe. I don't think anything's phonetically changed.
well,
Like,
the thing is also like people are stupid, and then they have kids, and like, yes, those kids aren't inherently stupid, but like,
but who's teaching
they're
them?
exactly like who's teaching them morals and such? The stupid people. So, and therefore, you get more stupid people. Like, so I think it is increasing, even if it's a little bit. That's like concerning.
Well, I mean, okay, so here's the flip side. If you want to think about this, is that because of the public nature, they're exposed to a lot more that would give cause and rise to questioning.
Yeah, that too, but like
So I mean, it's
a
really
lot of
hard
them
to.
aren't willing to do that.
Well, I mean, it's really hard to gauge. Like I have. There's a lot things that I kind of took a little bit for granted in the sense that I found more people to be fairly intelligent than I would expect.
Yeah, there's
That and it was something that surprised me because I generally don't like being around people, and most of the people I tend to be around, I think, aren't very intelligent under various
yeah.
reasons. But in between all that, I find pretty intelligent people, like
Yeah,
impressively intelligent people.
it's it's more so that the unintelligent ones tend to be more vocal about it,
Yeah, yeah.
And then the intelligent ones poke fun at that, which draws more attention to it on top of it.
Uh huh. And then come the ad hominem attacks,
Yeah,
and then
like
any argument that the intelligent ones make are now mean nothing or something like that, or something that makes things discrediting, and it's just hard to do much anything. But it's almost too.
you can also be really smart but really immature on top of that.
Yeah.
Like I've heard some people acting immature and then being the excuse of, "Oh, I'm just trying to be funny," and like I act quote unquote immature all the time, but the being immature doesn't mean you don't act like a child. Being immature and being immature means you always act like a child. Well, being mature is you can act like a child but know when to not.
I think maybe a good way
I
to
worded
explain it
that
is you're acting
poorly.
in is a way of acting in disregard to others. I think.
Yeah. Like
Like
you,
you'll do
like,
things despite whatever they are. Like, if you poke someone and they say don't poke me, and you keep poking them.
yeah, that's immaturity. Well, if you poke someone and like just for a quick joke and then stop after that, that's fine. Like, yes, it's an immature thing to do. Like, hell, I call Planet Samex, I call him Stinky all the time. Like, that's really stupid. But like, it's not immature in the way that I know it doesn't hurt his feelings. And if you ever message me like saying like hey man, I know it's stupid, but it does hurt my feelings, I'd stop. Like absolutely. Um, it's a
Right.
stupid example, but like that's my point. Uh, being mature doesn't mean you never act like a child. Being mature just means you know when to stop acting like a child.
Yeah, it's the sense because it's kind of like I remember my dad would poke fun at me watching cartoons, saying cartoons would break the TV.
Yeah.
And it's like I didn't care, nor did I believe it. Um, but he would do that in similar fashion. Just, but I think in his sense it was because he didn't like it. But he also thought that watching cartoons was immature, and I'm 28 years old, and I watch Japanese anime and Dragon Tales and stuff.
Yeah. Just
Like,
yeah, I feel like maturity is like very much a thing that is it's very much a word that's just thrown around without really being given context.
it is.
Like again for me, like I said earlier, it's to me it's not uh acting like an adult, it's knowing when to act like an adult and knowing and
Right,
just not judging other people for their own personal choices.
right,
Like it's not immature to like tell someone, "Hey, what you're doing isn't a good choice." Like warning, so like let's say someone's I don't know getting into a bad relationship, right? Like it's not immature to be like, "Hey, this isn't good for you," but like you can't like tell them that they're wrong, you know? Like I know what I'm trying to say. Like they're not doing anything inherently wrong, and it's fine to warn them, but like you can't tell them.
right. You're right. You can't just force a narrative.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Can you
Like,
tell I've been in this kind of language before?
uh,
I mean, I've had a similar thing. Like I've had people try and tell me how my relationship should be, and I'm like,
yeah, like
nah, no,
advice is fine, but like you need to know when to like not push it.
yeah. The
Like,
thing
don't like if someone's in a happy relationship, don't like, oh, you need to do this. Like, dude, I have a significant other. We're chill. Like,
that
shut up.
that's actually pretty similar to how it's been with me and my wife. So we only
Hmm.
got married last week, but we've been together
Yeah.
for 11 years.
Hmm.
But when we were in high school, sure enough, there's plenty of people that are trying to tell me how things should be and how things are.
Yeah,
And
like
like we're not traditional by any means. We got all kinds of like nerd stuff and whatnot. We got art
I
everywhere.
I hate like I was told stuff like this a lot when I was growing up. I hate it whenever people are like when you're younger, like, oh, you have to act around like this around girls or like you can't do this around, the other gender. Um,
Mm-hmm.
if you want people to like you. And it's like, well, at that point, why would I want to be with them? If I can't be me, then why would I want to be with them, you know?
No, I found the best thing to do to any other person. I found that telling people just to be themselves in and of itself isn't quite as useful as telling them to treat other people just as people rather than trying to treat them specifically as a love interest necessarily,
Yeah,
because you want to get to actually know them. You don't want like super basic stuff to be the reason why you're interested.
yeah, that's a better way to word it. But I had a friend who's uh who's going to be able to talk to their crush, like relatively soon. And they were talking to me about it, and I was like, I basically did say the just be yourself thing, but I elaborated more than just saying just be yourself, because it's like whenever people say that, they usually just stop it there. It's like, oh, just be yourself. But like, you don't leave it. You shouldn't leave it at there. At least in my opinion, it's like just be yourself because if that person likes you, then they like you, not some sort of fake version of you that you make up
Yeah,
for them. And
yeah.
like if you make a fake version of yourself too, and they end up liking that, then at that point, like, why are you in that
You're
relationship?
just gonna be a professional actor for the rest of your life,
Yeah, exactly.
potentially.
Like, that's why I hate it whenever people are like saying, "Oh, you need to act this way or do this or do," like, no.
No, as far as
If you meet someone that is going to be your significant other in the future, then they will like you for you.
well, one of the things that I would probably recommend in a situation like that is, so I don't like me. I for all intents and purposes, I hate who I am. Dren
Same.
Hatamata is Dren Hatamata is basically the character that I want to be,
Hmm.
and that person is almost like the person I look up to be. And what I would suggest to anyone is, let them, do some deep diving into who they want to actually be as an end result or something like that, and work towards that. And however you are is likely going to be however you are, preferably in better ways rather than worse
Yeah,
ways.
learn to learn to improve yourself, but like not necessarily change
Right.
entirely.
But so
Like
I mean
still be you, but it's fine for but do self-improvement.
it's one of those things that it's complicated. There's some things that might have to change, but it's purely situational. Like
Yeah.
like it's one of those things that if it's something they have to change, it needs to be something likely pretty obvious at some point. Like it's like
Maybe like don't don't straight up insult people. Like
yeah, like don't be don't do things that an asshole would do and then like claim it's because of something else
yeah, like
causing that. Like that's still
own up to
your
your
own
issues,
actions.
stuff such like that.
Yeah,
Like I'm better about this now. Um, but I struggle with a lack of empathy. Empathy. Like I basically just don't feel empathy, which isn't like me being all edgy or emo or whatever. I just flat out don't. Like I can understand, like I can understand why people are upset. But I can't really feel it. You
okay.
know, like that's I don't. Um,
So I don't know,
for the
I
most
have a
part.
ton of empathy, like
Uh,
sometimes to a fault.
I don't. I can like. I'm better about it now, and like I do sometimes, but most of the time I don't. Um, but like as a result, I end up being really blunt with people. If
Yeah.
if you show me something and I think it's garbage, I'm like, yeah, that's garbage. It's like it's not even in my mind, it's not even like being rude necessarily. And like while I'm better about it now, I still kind of agree with that incentive of like I don't find that rude. Like if I showed someone like a game or something and they thought it was absolute garbage, I'd want them to say that, you know? So it's like the whole thing of oh, treat other people as you want still doesn't apply there because like yes, that's how I would want people to react if they thought it was garbage. It's like I'm better out now, but I'm just that's hard for me sometimes.
I can understand that to an extent. Like I said, I on the other hand, I have a lot of empathy overall. Like
Hmm.
someone else's dog dies, and I'm like, oh, I can feel it for like a day or two. Like inherently,
Yeah.
like I'm in that mood for a while.
Yeah, I can't like I understand like why someone is sad in that situation. I absolutely get it. Like if my doggo were to pass away, then I would be really upset. I understand it. You can't really share the feeling with them though.
Yeah.
It's just I just don't.
All right. We've been on for like 5 hours, and it's like 2 o'clock.
Correct.
I need to get to some recording tomorrow. So, are we ready to close out the stream?
Yep. I don't. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you everyone for coming by and watching. Guest Fantactic. You can find you can find their Twitter at twitter.com/fantactic.png and their channel Fantactic. Links are in the description and in the chat. And thank you, Fantactic, for being on.
It was fun talking. I talk too much anyways.
Oh, this should be the great release for law that is part.
No, I'm still gonna message someone at like midnight telling them how much I freaking love Pokemon.
I'm gonna find myself on that end one day, aren't I?
Possibly. Let's just say if you get a message from me at like 1 in the morning, like you may want to just log off Discord for a while.
Hello, would you like to have a conversation about Pokemon? All right.
Just get a message, bro. Gen 9 just released.
There you go. All right. Well, thank you everyone for watching. Feel free to like, comment, share, and subscribe if you want to be my buddy. And always remember, you have potential.